are the ones driving the economy of Kenya. Mamigi no maana kosir akalenji neginyo with scholarship chabo athletics. If you ever say, there you go. This gentleman will talk to us about athletics, scholarship opportunities, and how you can the changes in NCAA and AIA. I know that you guys are ready to listen from one of our NCAA championship, rugby champions kwa Inyumba, 7-time conference champ. He was a scholar athlete of the year in Ole Miss. He was inducted into Ole Miss Hall of Fame. He is an accountant by profession. He is a CEO and director of BKK Logistics. And you know what? We are all heading home. This guy went and tried the waters. He was shortlisted as a CAS. So, welcome a father, a husband, and our chairman, Kota Dallas, KC Dallas. Karibu, Barnabas, Kill. Thank you so much.
I don't know, Jano, was that all necessary? Asanteni sana. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon one more time. Ojamge miga puti. Ojamge gogi. Kongo misik so. Kuunuga kasi kuununan Barnaba. Wacha niongee kwa Kiingereza kidogo tu alafu tutaenda maneno ya puti. My name is Kirui. And if this table was empty, I would say I'm Barnabas Kirui, I'm from Dallas, Texas, and that would be it. But because tuko na gavana hapa na mimi naona mheshimiwa, lazima niseme penye natoka nyumbani, because at the same time you never know when we might be putting down the CV. So huko nyumbani natoka sehemu inaitwa Bomet. I come from Bomet, a constituency called Konoin, and in a small ward called Boito. So I'm so happy to see my own governor here. To Makobi, to my governor who is here with us today. And also a big hand of welcome to our own Mheshimiwa Kirwa is here also with us. For those of you who don't know, Kirwa was the chairman of Kotaka. And that also, but before that, we prepared him in Dallas. He was the KC Dallas chairperson. And that is who I am right now. So I'm following in his footsteps. So who knows? He is now Mheshimiwa in Kenya. Maybe I'll be a Mheshimiwa here or in Kenya. Who knows? I want to appreciate all of you for being here today. And I know there is a lot that is lined up for us to learn. And I want to, first of all, appreciate those who, especially the guest of honors that we have here, and for finding time. You know, when I was in class 6, I don't know how long that was. It's the first time I saw Pastor Joel Gimeto. And Pastor Gimeto, he know Gimeto, me class 7 go eating it again. My was eating one. Chitani Gimeto go me bolu not can you shift the soil. Yes. So Magufi kwa Gimeto kidogo. We appreciate you for coming. Tunashukuru sana. I know we get opportunity to visit some of us in our various chapters. But I'm here today to talk, to speak to a subject that is very dear to me in my heart. And I'm going to spend exactly 25 to 30 minutes to just talk about scholarships. Most of us, when we go home and we talk about I'm coming from the United States, many times we get to be asked, like, how do I go there? How did you go there? What are the opportunities that you have? The one area I have been very vigilant and I've been very concerned about all the time is how is the area that brought me, which was actually athletics, which is running, coming, you go there, what are the opportunities? So before I start, I want to acknowledge all of us. I want to request anybody mwenye alikuja hapa na mbio. And I know most of you, so I know, don't be shy, because I know when we came we were very skinny and tiny, and nowadays tumebarikiwa. So everybody, if you came through an athletic scholarship of any sort, whether it was full or a quarter or an inch, to Zimame to let's recognize them. All of us, let's stand up. Camera, Baka, what your camera you can monitor or you can see. Almost half the room, all of us came as runners to Kitini Tabadali. Now unaona Baka mheshimiwa Kilwa, and then obviously our first Olympian. So don't worry, you know they may not look like it right now, but back then, if you Google somewhere in the Facebook, you will be sure to find a picture of them when they were as tiny as they were at the time. So obviously, Mheshimiwa Governor, umesikia most of us who are from Bomet, I guess it means also we need to double our efforts so that. But I can assure you. The sound, I saw the people from Wasingishu, I think they were doubling. I think Wasingishu and Andy, they were trying to play a team game. So when they say Wasingishu, and then the same people were doing this. But for me, you know, we are very honest, so we kept it to our word. Asanteni sana. So I'm going to, I think most of us, you know, there's a phrase we say is preaching to the choir. So preaching to the choir means you are talking to people about the subject that they already may be experts in. So I think for most of us who came through athletic scholarship, of which we are the majority, we may know most of this. But you know, it's good to get updated from time to time about what is happening. It's good to know so that when they stop you at home and asking you questions about this, we need to be able to know how to respond to them. So bongo igorong isigi job to be uje chani ko kage magene lingala ge ki mongole gudit ke moy. So for the sake asanteni, welcome from across the world. I think we are live on back in Kenya also. So I want to talk to you guys briefly about athletics scholarship. Now in morning in America, ko universities jabo America ko department of moy at department nebo somanet koter igivation. So gamu igivation ko requirements cheba age tugul koter. Now sugulishek en emet ab America komi levelishek terter. Ngunon kobune to rogeren reu komi levelishek terter. So amache kengalalen nito sugul ko yamache yektai chi tugul ko yekaidetoi lakwet ne koron ko tebeni kole kibendi town America. Korinai amun tienge ngunon chikasiche sugul itare sugul au ak test chiki ko ne. So pray that the clicker is working. Let's go. Very good. So in summary, I will just talk very briefly about sugul ishe kegitendai ne tuguk cheke moche ke the requirement ko ne tuguk cheke moche sigebe ne process ne application or keys to success. So I will be going very fast, with the hope that if I leave something and somebody will have a question, go free, go there. So number one, I'm not in general, go in Corona, because who is showing a check on Division 1, I will be looking at the junior college. Kita again, no much in Chitane, Thomas School and this of Junior School, I read, Coile, Nitabanu, you do live, never easy and double gaba, a moon into Checkamop. Kerege go magis, kerege go itara usugul, kerege go tugujoguni. So when I'm going to junior college, Nita Banubara no, even Division 1. Put Division 1, put the most competitive. Young as who know all the big schools to be America, put they belong under that Division 1. So Korea under the requirements, we know much in a Chile. You only cheater, like when they are going to tell them. I'm going to need about nearly Jiglia and again see the Leban Java application fee, Lebanon. Put the Itani, no, much of Ogania, Mutu, Chemuche, requirements as a qualifying. Like in the movie Kejan, you only much who and I'm telling you, it's a big subject. I'm going to look over 10 on the Ambassador, see the John Jetty, get out to look up Sajitan. Who got my emphasis, who would you cheat America? In the gave me so good table to below. Each chosen to Mississippi, as in your coming. Any body among the Jitolane, Okamaja, America, meeting about a guy in the situation. So, who give you working in Chitane, checking out where your emphasis, the movie opposite requirements, check much. You come again, show you such opportunity for you. Mammy, John, get over Subundo one, and I mean, a Munica, brand to go, okay, so come America, and then I will go eat the sea the Kodito ni kwa junior college ko is a 2-year school. So ngamun 2-year school ko mami requirement ko na gelele ni class magaya test je gure ne yanne. Requirements kuto ma kwa plan la kwet e big chan ko keti na fa so yin no gi mi re di mo ko chingin la ko le no ane ke ba school e form 2 yi ki ko no kwa ke ko le ke ta school e 99 ko no. So number 1 the jolly watch pichon je cho so me school ko ile last my that for. Now there is a requirement in kasarta nyono ni gi ko na more than 10 years ago ko gitam go mamatare ni ke le gi tara form 4. Kaya gumi ang mga agency na kole de organization na kole pangway ko kole kaya ko ita time ni kita na dito sugula ko burti niya seka ako match ko nyoburon. Ugi ko nyoburon ya ta 10 years so sino ni go log up 17 years kita 30 years old. Ugi kita baru ni NC na kole division 1 na mo ay kole chita kung ente ko kita high school ay kanya ko ka uti the clock against you. So gunon ko tita sugul agi nyo mura ni ko ni gini shakangwan I labat ci sugul lakin ni ko gini tar gini yikso mo yanga ke de ni gini shakwa ngi nyo ni ko mura ni labat gini shakwa so that is one of the requirement of IMC da kole ni ko mo wale iche ga de ko ma che ko make sure ko le fair competition because we fair competition ke le wale ko gi make sure ke le so the only thing with you that's why ni ko mo the school ni ko le tin ko ko junior college ang ni ko ba NAI kuma tinye that requirement. So dayo ni kita ni ko 13 years ago school dayo ko the fact that ko school ni ko he will still qualify for division 1 ko laba jago mi amune amuni bibure ga start ni ko junior college. So that is why ni ko le chi tu lo ma chi ide no ta ina ile a picture ko sam ko mi kita ne ba sa ni ba ga jago na ko le ki le ko ma na ni ko ni ga ande ina school ni ju se ni the main thing the other thing after KCSE ko SAT ko test chegire kwa English and Kiswahili ako chitu lazima ko lo ga American ko bata sukul ko lo lazima de IC in college. So that's another thing. Kita ko ligino kita ko $60 kasari ko le 120 another. So that's another thing. The third thing TOEFL ni no ko give the test of English as a foreign language. Most of the schools have waived that requirement because when you fill those forms, make sure you are a kid listening to me out there, you always have to say English is your first language because it's actually the mode of instruction in our country, Kenya. So that is why most schools, you have to make sure you avoid a school that will make you to have to do the TOEFL exam because that is a very costly examination to do. And then the finances. Now, that is where now most of us come in. Make sure in your from the first step kata form 4 ako ikonyo ko kurani ko rabi ni chibo ishi ko la ko ni campaign our test juga ko SAT and then ako ilwa jini rent and that is requirement and that is where the parents need to know eno liba ke nyangu ko ko changa mi na ko chebe di places ko ko stroke again and lore in many other places liba ni tin kri ko mi campaign shaka picture trade no. The parents, I urge the parents who are listening there, those of us here who are sponsoring some of those kids, make sure we check with them and know what they are doing because matungo ibu ni sigi chonti autora go ke chama gina gele testa ne baron go ile ni go train lagi na mami go no. So let's make sure. So those are the things, and then obviously you need the will in the need. The process, I think I already talked about it. The thing, that last thing, now about the visa, service plus visa fee. That's a lot of things. And then you go to the school, much of America, much of the in our time, more than 10 years ago, that service fee was only $100. Now it is $350. You go to 49,000 Kenyan shillings. About that service fee, you pay once. And then got the song school this year. I will part of my attach school no. I will get attached in the next semester. You can transfer it. Like after one, they expire. So that is another thing. And then of course the visa to Najua water. Picture visa $170 that is 23,000 Kenyan shillings. So it is a very costly affair, but it pays a lot of dividends if we can do it right. So that is where I wanted. No, I always include this slide where I'm talking about the quickest way to come to America or to get an admission. Before you book a visa, for those of you who know, you need an admission letter called the I-20. The quickest way ni hiyo kitu inaitwa junior college. Chuko stands for junior college. When you go to junior college, they need an SAT exam, but they don't need a certain mark. I've applied so many schools for kids, but when you apply those schools, they will tell you SAT, we need this mark. But wow, junior college, they will tell you, have you done the SAT? Yes, that's just a requirement, it's a check mark. These are the school called the NAIA. They will tell you, have you done the SAT? Ulipata hii mark. Kama hukupata, you are told to write a letter. Yenye inaonyesha when you were in high school, you were smart, lakini bahati mbaya umefanya hii exam na haikuwa mzuri sana. So isn't that nice? Hata kwa Kenya tunajua kufanya hivyo. Kuandika barua ngeze barua na mwa ngole kai kichukua hicho chungumo wachapa lakini tamo ne ayin sugul. So hii chamuni nyo na muni so karara. So me bora so those two schools, those two levels, we need to make sure ile kagiba ishie that opportunity. So amache lagu chakasani enolino eche chegibi enu ke sponsors in one way or the other sigi chegibi ten yongi ke watch these kids this direction. Amoni most of these schools they do a good job. Now keys to success. I think kita na gitu na orang orang itu kau kerja the first time kau amigo na. Kau dia bilang guna, aku memang tahu nama mereka ni cuma tinggi kita lagi jual si plaza ni itu, benar ni amat sama tu. Kau kau mau kerja ni kau mau ni lah, kau kerja na kau teh kau ada sama kita kau mimi glasses. Lakini this guy stuck to the promise that I gave him. Kau dah phone kau boleh aku rata, kau pasti si plaza. So what is next? You see, so this is clearly a person who knew in his head, well, there's a promise, I want to go to America, this America is for all of us, and then that is what happens. So if you are patient and determined and have these things, you will be able to go. So that is why, so what I normally do when I see a promising kid, I talk to them, talk to them through this process. I always ask them if they are really determined. I take them to a training camp. A training camp normally takes a year to 2 years. Now, one thing you need to know with why a lot of people who joined didn't have the talent in them to start with. It's just that people who wanted really to make a difference in life, and they decided to say, "Kiko Big America, I'm gonna say more one." So that is the thing. So that is what you have to do. But mostly that good support system. We need to make sure that we support the nyalo. I think this is my last slide. Remember that one. They say sports 10% talent, 90% your effort. Kitu na mtu kijana yata ile kama lavi ni kocha wale chichi kabisa kwa mwe chichi kwa hitole wanyoga irwa kuna by the time na ladies amu you know about the steeple G's ke look why they need something kuna about the 10 17 but the lady lagi nataka alaba 9 that something. So but this guy I told him, man, you need to get trained. 2 years later go gave me the conference, go even number 1 in the conference level. Because this thing is about the determination, you do what you are told to do and stuff like that. So I want to encourage the kids out there, people who are people of goodwill, this is the way to go. Anyone can do this thing, but make sure, because remember, you have not succeeded until at least your successor succeeds. So most of us, if you are here, ujaleta mtu from Kenya, then you are not adding. So governor, unajua mimi nimeleta watu wengi, that's why I'm even trying to come back home, because I know up and safe, if I go back, I'm leaving at least some people who I can count on. Every time I talk, I get an opportunity to talk. A lot of people will have follow-up questions, especially the kids who may be watching on TV or listening to me over wherever they may be. I don't know, you can mulika huko, but my email address is always the best way to be reached at, and I make sure I respond to all the people, and so if you have any questions, I want you to be able to reach out. The only last thing I want to say, those people who have undergraduate degrees in Kenya, and you are interested in coming to the US, that's another very, very, very positive area. When you apply for any program in the United States for a master's degree, most of them, they will accept you automatically. The only challenge is when they now tell you, can you now prove to us the way you will be able to pay those fees? And that is where the challenge normally comes. They ask for the bank statement and stuff. But I want to ask you, when you apply for those things, inherently, automatically there is a box that they will ask you, will you require any form of scholarship? And you have to check that box. But more importantly, make sure you look for the department. When you apply for school, you look for the school, you look for the department chair, and you email them and ask them, hey, my name is so and so, I'm interested in coming to do a master's program. Do you have any type of scholarships? And remember, as long as you know the target of the schools you're applying, remember in our days we used to apply 10, 15, 20 schools at the same time, but it's like putting up, fishing out there, and you'll always be sure to get one or two who will respond. So make sure you are doing your due diligence before you apply those ones, so that at least you are giving yourself a chance of a response back, so that you can be able to pursue that opportunity. I'm sure, I think I am, how am I doing? So I think I am,
you good.
I talk very fast.
You good.
Isn't it?
Unajua ni mtu ambio.
Mimi mtu ambio. Whenever I have the mic, I feel like somebody is about to come and say, imetosha bwana.
Not really.
I try. Nashukuru sana. My name is Barnabas. If you have any questions, my email address is kirio85@gmail.com, and I'll be glad to ask any questions. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Bwana Barnabas, tupige makofi mazuri tafadhali. Very good. Tuko na session ya Q&A, a few questions. Just najua tutakuandikia maswali mengi kwa email, but a few questions here that you can answer.
Thank you for that information. My question to you, I know you touched a lot on Lagok Chebunuka. We have Lagok Afka, like in the diaspora. How do you advise or inspire our children to also pursue athletics in this country? Because I know that's an opportunity that we are looking, even as an organization of Kodaka.
One thing, that is a very good question. Amul bike changeneche chegisi chegirwe kogaro ni yorwe dikchaga tibikchaga koma mama imayaga koma mache amuneni. So I believe the right answer to that question lies in the inspiration that we can provide as parents. Most of us, we graduate and then we stop running completely, and then even we don't get the time to train these kids to learn about these opportunities. So I want to request to say, I think one of the ways we can inspire our kids is to make sure we involve them in those activities. Even if as parents we don't run ourselves, at least we enroll them in the running clubs, in the school running clubs. We have, I know in Fort Worth, there is a gentleman who started a club that is called, which actually inspires the kids to come and run. So I think what we can do, one of the favor we can do for our kids is to make sure we enroll them in
for real. He came to this country at time. So, in Lago, Chevito Goran, Amajo and Canada, most times we are so busy. We ship me and my wife cooking together, my family, they give me New Jersey. But the lack with my attendance even to so we used to be there for them. So you have to make sure you attend and all the sports. I go encourage and Roy Logo Kwang Matin. Sometimes when go I live no Ganya, Kungi Logiti Siat, Shoko Minin Put. You win and it a stay the scholarship. So explore the opportunities Jimmy go on. I go Lagabalago Kwak. I still believe in Mugul Daniel. Pick up College are very good tennis players. I still believe in my heart all the Pick up College are very good golf players. So I encourage and logo Kwaguna at Teotas, Conguerabwe in Paishonic Joy, Ungigil Kilogoju, authority governor, or Jingwage training camps in your counties. Kirua, I expect to have you set up a training camp in Masop. You know, most of them go make up Sabbath meal the rate. Have one in Masop. Somutai, Gobuane, Logo Gobuane. I would take a major big up South Drift, Conoro, or training camps, so be it Cobwa. Atia, Kai took you to Gigawal, all these rules, Kewal, Amuga get the lot. Logan Womaja gang on Megi to what I get the style, Keboishi, Umranon, Sigil get. But we are very talented and we can actually explore those opportunities. There is a lot of money because $30,000 US school. You know, what else do you need? So, imu works at Tukutogul, Ungigi Logo Kyoga, but Onam Ungeba coaching, you know, some of us. Kogiserbaro Noga, Wanagavana in, Kesirchi American Embassy, me and Paul Reng. Kesirchi Jungutugi, Buana, Kugi Mogi. Nyager Wangoro Nip Ke Olympic Kwamune Soete, Kunyaga Serbaruet, American Embassy actually went to Kapsabet. Keep interview at Ngajana, Jamune Soete visa. So, non negotiable some the treaty, so a bit Ketorete Lago Kyagongoi, give it rock.
Probably one last question or two. Thank you, Professor.
Kamajas Gorangaliot agenge mi ko imutiet kora ne kamaja tebe serikalit kotoretechi amache ketake chungusan ekei mi corruption nakakobit ngurit yotok nengap ke discouragen lagokyok chikotomondoi amu kakoek a process nekibunei and there is a lot going on there amache kotakeker yotok amu ngap kobitune discouragement yot komi biik che tebe yotok sikobit koker mi rabinik ako mi scholarships chemi oli lakini ngekerune olini kikoikoi kelacho oba camp trainen olia asikobit konyorune rabinik bichoto yoto amu ngobun yundo kobun olini nyeketile rabinik eng yu kongobwa US common bele namdoi ngot kemoche keku serious we need to look at that as well.
Thank you.
Also, to add on, it's not really a question. Also, Owakachita, Kominguna Kenya, and commit training, Kele, for example, Kawachita for 2 years, Agomeje Kwaplan School. So, Komi for me, Neke Chasani online. So, as a student athlete, the major Yogora Nogora, Komecha go out the line and Kole, Kwaine within those 2 years. Maybe, for example, college ki like community engagement, like a target community, between that period of time, amungu nangu ko digital embassy, kumagingen ke lingwa chijata, like yaga ko lane ngalaki within those 2 years, ko plan yata junior college and ko NIS schools, kege regele impet genisha jata tol or arawe jata tol, informing not again, ko achasan ko like kya ko ngete you. Let's say after I graduated from high school for 6 months, for this certain period of time ko kya igu nya kya mi kambi so that ngepo onyoni chichota kwendi embassy ak chichota interview ni ko ready ko ngen ko le ne kya chichota so una ta meshme mami ginamwa.
Ladies first or men? Oh, just this one last one, because of time.
Question I got so we have students that allow me to talk in English, please. So we have students that come here, and then when they get here, they struggle to sustain themselves. What is the best way? Could you advise us challenges who are here already, who know the way? Because we have students that come here, and when they get here, as student athletes, over the summer, they don't have anywhere to go. So I was asking, what could you advise as somebody who stayed here for a long time to help our students who come here and that don't have any community? Because even me, I never knew of God Africa until I was in that year. So I don't know what's something that we can do as Kalenjins to make sure that our kids get here and get to be able to maintain their scholarship, stay in shape and all that.
Thank you very much. So since that might be the last question, that is a very good question. Most people sometimes, I know of, during my time of some schools that when the school was not in session, they would charge. They would say the dorms are closed. If you want to stay in the dorms, you pay $20 a day for the whole summer. And obviously, if the kids are not working, they don't have a job, then obviously they will not have that opportunity to do that. So what is my opinion on that? Number one, it's very important I think that's where the officials, Madam President and the other officials, we need to have a very good outreach system so that when people land in this country, they are aware that we have an organization. If they are in Dallas, for example, somewhere around, in the Dallas area, they need to belong to the local chapters, because if you belong to some organization, I think it would alleviate that, that pain of not knowing anybody around and stuff like that. But I think that's a challenge that we are giving to an organization like this one, because other than that, if you go to some cities, for example, that may not have a very active chapter of Kotapka like this one, that one may not be a good place because there will not be a local chapter. And that is why I think we need a chapter, we need like the Kotapka itself, even at the national level, to make sure they have an outreach system so that we have a way of trying to reach out to the kids, in whatever schools they have. And I think also it also goes along with that nowadays, when you go online and look up these organizations, to those kids who are listening out there and anybody out there, it's easy to get the information about other colleagues, about some of other fellow Kenyans and stuff like that. But more importantly, make sure when you are in school, when you get in touch with the administration and tell them about your interest in looking for Kenyans or other Kenyans of goodwill from wherever, I think it would be possible. But I think I want to request the organization and all of us in the local chapters to do something about it so that we make sure we sensitize the community of all the athletes who may be around the area so that they'll be aware that there will be a place to go. Last but not least, I want to say, in Lagok Chan meeting, one of the reasons that actually kind of led to the issue of having visa issues is because it got to the point where some people would show up and they would, because we, it normally starts with writing to a coach, you tell them you are a good runner, blah, blah, blah. And then people started showing up and they are completely out of shape. It was just somebody talking behind the mic, behind the computer and stuff. I'm request them in Lagok Chumi or Same School, making sure in his coach and his opportunity, in any training, as a you are moon, give a situation, many people like Chibiga Lagna Fast. I mean, we schools in Chukita taking a lot of Kenyan athletes like Colby Community College. You need to meet make 6 or 7 athletes. Chibakenya, Lagin will more degree in Kenyan. Samuna, a moon key, a level, Negi, Boa, they are not, they are talking, they are tech savvy and they know how to get a scholarship because they know what time to say and all the stuff. But when it comes to really doing what you're supposed to be doing, running and stuff, they are not good enough. So I want to request everybody, make sure you don't try to come
through running, because when you come through running and yet you are not a runner, when you get here, you'll get into problems because they will take away that scholarship, and then that's where some of the struggles will come from. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, I'll be happy to answer any out there, but I thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Chafe.
From Konoin to the world. Makofi yake one more time. Thank you very much, my brother. The only time that I remember myself running so quick, nilikuwa nimefukuzwa na mbwa anaitwa Bosco. I don't know, I was coming to America, actually when I got this invitation to be here, nikasema sasa America naenda na mbwa mwenye atanifukuza. Unajua mbwa wa America wanajua English. Nikienda ni mbwa mwenye aelewi kwera Bosco. Nikasema hapana. So, because now we've spoken about finances that actually these people require when they come here. There is the next team that are going to come here to present something on finances. Because we want to do matters money, I want us to just do a quick energizer, because I know we are quite busy. Tumekula chakula vizuri, tumeshiba. For the sake of this forum, nyinyi mnakuwa policemen. You're the policemen, right? And then you guys are going to be thieves. And then you're going to be the people. So Nikki mentioned people, thieves, you just stand and sit down, right? Nikisema police, you stand and sit down. Nikisema people, stand and sit down. Thieves, where are the thieves? Thank you. So this is the story. This is the story. Now, Kongowea market is where people, After you out to America, must instructions. Now, Kongowea market is where people go to turn their sweats into money. And because there is money, they are thieves. They are being thieves, they are policemen. But people have been complaining that thieves have been colluding with the policemen to steal from the people who have been struggling to get their money. Mujipigie makofi for that. Asante sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to call Imarisha team to come over and of course do their presentation. Tell us what we need to do. They have told us here that my circle of choice. So allow me to call Imarisha team. Wapi makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you, my brother. They're going to tell us matters money. How do we save our money with Imarisha? And of course, they're going to tell us their terms. Makofi one more time. Wanapokuja. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Imarisha.
Kotapka Oyomune. Yes. My name is Ernest Langat from this great organization in Marisha Sacco. MC Chafe, I was told to do an introduction of Marisha. I will be doing the great presentation tomorrow, so don't miss my presentation. Tonight, I'm going only to introduce this organization about Marisha. Kotoma Iwono Ngasombiga Marisha, where is chairman? Are we in? Yes, chairman. Give him a clap. Where is my director, Andrew? Give him a clap. Where is, I think the rest of the team are seated outside there on our desk. So let me briefly introduce this great organization, Imarisha. Imarisha has partnered with Kotapka for quite some good years, just because of the core values of Kotapka and core values of Imarisha. What we believe in is what Kotapka was identical. And to bring to context Imarisha, I think as MC Chafe has just put it, we want to partner with the community in diaspora in matters finances and investment. And in the SACCO sector, what we do, we cultivate a culture of savings. You save before you go and borrow in the bank or in the circle. So we have been talking to most of you, and greatly I would say, I think if I look at the numbers here, a quarter of you could be members of this great organization. Okay, is that right? And we've just come back again to the Houston chapter just to talk to the hearts of those of you who have not understood what this organization means in terms of investment, financing, and also growing the culture of savings. In the sector and in the Kenya government, they have put the art of the cooperative movement at the forefront because of the contribution it makes to the GDP. For the first time in history, we have a cabinet secretary of cooperatives, all right? And for the first time also, the government are putting in more effort towards housing and saying you partner with the SACCOs so that you can invest in the housing. And privilege enough, this organization also has equity with KMRC. I think KMRC is an organization that the finance bill that was read, that went to the second reading, got a fair share, KMRC. And among the equity that form KMRC, Marisha is one of the 4 SACCOs that has bought equity in KMRC. What does it mean? Money has been given to you because once you are a member of a SACCO, you will be going to have a mortgage that is only a single digit. For the first time, you're not going to build a house with an interest of 19%, but you're going to build a house with an interest of 9%. What about that? This organization also has kind of products that is custom made. I want every one of you, when you're walking out of that door, you go and pick this pamphlet. We have products that are custom made for the community living abroad. We have studied the culture of our members and the community in abroad, and we say we might not be doing the favor of products if we don't come out with custom-made product for the diaspora. So we have some product here that is just meant for you guys. If you don't take it, it is for nobody else. So have this copy, look at the product, so that tomorrow I need to have 1 or 2 questions about what someone has seen in this pamphlet. And to bring context of this in Marisha, let us see the growth of this SACCO. Last year when we were in Minnesota, the growth was 17.1 billion in asset base. Today, as I stand here, last year books of account, it closed with 19.8 billion in asset base. So what does it mean? Marisha makes a leap of 2 billion every year. In terms of loan portfolio, when we were in Minnesota, I read to you that it was 13.4 billion. As we closed the business of 2022, it went to 15.7 billion in terms of loan portfolio, okay? And there's a lot of testimonies from members we met in Minnesota. As I took a flight in Nairobi, I had to call people to tell them we are coming to Houston. One of the members in Arizona, I will not mention their name, is the person I met and I introduced it to this great organization. She told me, no, I'm in Kenya. You not meet me in the US. So I said, okay. I'll be there for some time. When are you coming back? She said, no, also I'll be in Kenya for some. But she come from Eldoret. She went to our branch in Eldoret, and she went with credit card or debit card. When she checked on her account, there was a liquid cash of $4,450. Right? If I wanted to convert to Kenya shillings, about Wanagogo, 600 is liquid. That is interest on deposit of what you made in Arizona last year. The deposit she made was only 2 million, but she put it in a special account called Share Drive, which we were running campaign then. So that is some very good testimony about this organization. It's real. And she told me, can I go to the counter and cash it? I said, okay, go ahead. And she could access the 600,000. So once you are here, let's have a candid conversation on how your money is seated in Kenya. And if you can talk to this organization, you'll never go wrong. Okay? So let us have a conversation when you have time. We are seated right, our desk is right on our exit, on the left. Ask us a few questions. And we have even simplified it for you. If you visit our desk, we don't have papers. Unlike in Minnesota, where we told you to fill in some papers, everything is digital. We will send you a digital form through a WhatsApp. You fill it, you attach all the documents digitally. When you press the button submit, it gets to us. It's as simple as that. So even when you are leaving home, can you ask me, I send you a soft copy of how you can enroll, then tomorrow we have another conversation. Otherwise, thank you so much. We love you guys. We love Kotabka. We will remain, as long as you want us to be partners, we will remain partners. Kongoi missing.
Thank you very much, my brother. Na nimefurahi umeniachia simu. I'll keep it for you. It is safe. I have it. Asante sana. Nafasi hii, sababu ya muda unao tumekimbia marathon kidogo, nataka kukaribisha Vice President aje akaribisha the next speaker. Tupigie makofi anapokuja. Asante sana. The NFL Master. Karibu.
Kotabka, mnaendaje? Unataka commercial time, unataka kusimama kidogo? Ha? Haya, simama basi na mstretch. Ama wapi MC? Brayo, hebu ya commercial kidogo. Hiyo wimbo ya watu, you know. Ajeke? Sawa sawa. Acha Brayo aweke hiyo basi, alafu ndio tuendelee.
Kass Tv.
Kongoi. Oh man, tulikuwa tumekula sasa, chakula imeteremka vizuri. Now we are ready. Sawa. So msifeel vibaya. Sasa alisimamisha watu wenye walikuja kukimbia. I just saw a few. Watu kama sisi wenye hatukuwa tunaweza kukimbia, we sat down. Lakini nzuri sisi tulikuwa na akili, tulikuja kusoma. So anyway, for the next one, we are going to introduce our next speaker. This gentleman is bald, as you can see. Or, no, I meant you're bald. Like you have, yeah. I didn't mean that you're bald-headed, right? I didn't mean it that way. So our next speaker is a few credentials about him. He's a director of Kimbai Financial Agency. He's currently licensed in over 27 states, okay? Since 2018, he has been able to help and provide protection, which is like insurance, for over 2,500 families, okay? He's a graduate of West Virginia University, and he's based here in Houston, Texas, okay? As you see him, just know that whatever we're going to get from him is coming from somebody who is trusted by other insurances, that is currently working with over 60 A+ rated insurance companies, which some of them have started over a century ago, around the year of 1848. So, team, I want to take this opportunity to welcome none other than Mr. Kimbai. Karibu.
Thank you. Appreciate you. South Houston, how are we doing? Good. My Swahili is Kidogo, so don't judge. But no, today I wanted to talk more about something that's very important for the community, which is life insurance. And I know that's a tough topic for a lot of people. It's not a comfortable topic sometimes, but it is an important subject. And just wanted to talk a little bit about me first, a quick background. Next slide, please. I am located in Houston, Texas, and my family comes from Eldoret, Calumet. I went to school at West Virginia University, and I actually did play sports. I played football, and I enjoyed what I did. I actually ended up doing sports performance training for athletes. Oh, got the clicker. Apparently, I'm in control here, okay. Do I have to press a button? Yeah. Just little technical difficulties. All right, I might just ask you guys just to hit next. That might be what we have to do here. not. All right, I'm gonna go off of my notes here. So, yeah, I played sports in West Virginia University and enjoyed it so much I ended up actually training athletes at a facility called Exos. We used to train people for pro sports, help people with MLB, NHL, NFL, even NBA players. And I enjoyed what I did, but I realized I wanted to leave an impact. So May 2018 was the first time I did insurance. Got introduced to it actually from a friend. And I'm gonna tell you a quick story, a background what actually motivated me to get there in the first place. A good friend, he grew up in Chevy Chase, Maryland, and his mother, both family members came over from Ghana. Mom was a nurse, and his dad was going to school for engineering. And unfortunately, the mother got sick. She got something called toxic shock syndrome. When that happened, they misdiagnosed it the first time, and unfortunately, she ended up passing away. That put their family in a very bad position. About 2 to 3 months into that situation, what ended up happening was they started to get those notes from the mail for foreclosure. Things got very financially tight for them. And at some point in time, what ended up happening was, they almost had to leave the house. When that happened, they ended up finding an insurance policy that they did have in place. They filed that claim, it paid out. They were able to save that home. That home was paid for. They had $100,000 in cash. He ended up finishing at his school. He had 8 months left. Engineers get paid very well. He was put back in a good position. One thing that he told us growing up, he said, God forbid the worst happens to you, you want to make sure that you have something in place to protect your loved ones. And that stuck with me. So I ended up getting an insurance in 2018. And at that point, went from doing insurance and, is there a need for our products? So how many people have a 2-income household here today? 2-income household? Now, believe it or not, 7 out of 10 of Americans have a dual-income household. And what that means is if one income stops, that means if somebody gets sick, somebody gets hurt, unfortunately, if somebody passes away, that income stops and now they're in a bad position. Now, 53, there we go, that's the old one. 53% of foreclosures happen due to death or disability, and that's a major problem. On top of that, the average funeral cost is close to $12,000. So we know that these are things that have to happen if, unfortunately, somebody passes away. Money has to be in place for that. Now, one thing I love about our community is we have something that's called Harambe, and that actually puts us in a great position. Now, that's something that's been passed along, and we do things like the Benevolent Fund to help each other out. Now, things are different. Things are a little different from how they were back in the day. Back in the day, things cost a little bit less. You can see here the average home, what it used to cost back home, right, in Kenya, a lot less. Average income to maintain a household back home, pretty simple. You could retire on your shamba, and I talked to Lillian Maswai, she confirmed college was like $300. Very cheap. Now, you look at how things are right now. Your average lifetime income, what people pay out for the course of their life, $1.7 million. The average mortgage, $231,000. And that monthly payment is close to around $1,500, $1,600 a month on average. Retirement, you need at least 10 times your salary to be able to retire on in savings. And lastly, what does it cost? The last time we checked for college is pretty expensive, right? Yeah. So these are things that have to keep happening, unfortunately, if somebody passes away. And if you don't have anything in place, what ends up happening is what? You have to figure out how to make that money, and there's a gap. So is there a need for our products? We talked a little bit about the needs there. The main problem, again, we have a solution for that. It's through Life's Journey. And these slides are very much out of order. What we do in Life's Journey is we protect it through life insurance, mortgage protection, term coverage, universal coverage, whole life coverage. Not only that, if income stops when you're working, we do it through health. So disability coverages, long-term care, critical illnesses, those type of things, as well as wealth. If I ask you today, if taxes were to increase, decrease, or stay the same in the future, what would be the answer? Increase, right? So does it make sense to put all your eggs in a basket where that's going to go ahead and increase and you have to pay more in taxes later? There's many different solutions, and it's just part of the pie that we do. Debt-free life. You know, we actually help people pay families' mortgages, other debts, credit cards, consumer debts, 10 years or less without them doing anything additionally more. And this is just because we're using vehicles that you guys have probably heard of, just haven't taken advantage of. That's it. A lot of people ask me, they're like, how much does life insurance cost, Kip? They're like, is it $300? Is it $1,000? Is it $50? It's what it needs to be for you. So there's many different ways to protect the home. You know, first off, burial. You know, that can be very cheap for a lot of people. People who don't have something in place for that, it typically
You are a Kenyan. I don't know, born here or in Kenya, but all right. So these people, when you talk about something that you have to compensate because somebody died, it's going to be a story. What are we going to do about it?
That's a good question. I think you know, a lot of times when I have conversations, people, it's not a fun topic, right? Like, it's not like a TV, it's not like a car, it's not something that we get and we get to use. It's a piece of paper. And the thing is, that piece of paper has a promise. So, you know, God forbid something happens, that promise is going to happen and help out your family. So the conversation, what it needs to be, is really more so, you know, how much do you care about your family? And if you're not going to be the person who steps up to do something for it, who's going to do that for you? Simple. That's it. Next question.
Yes. Kwa majina naitwa Robinson Baswani. So when somebody tells you about life insurance,
person who steps up to do something for it, who's going to do that for you? Simple. That's it. Next question.
Yes. Kwa majina naitwa Robinson Baswani. So when somebody tells you about life insurance, it's like somebody is talking about your death. And we have cultural beliefs that you don't touch it. Please don't touch it. So as insurance agencies, how do you convince somebody that I should not be scared when you're talking to me about insurance? How do you make me comfortable because you are talking about my death? I know there is the insurance business perspective of life insurance, but Thank you.
Great question. No, give him a hand. That was a great question. Great question. So most of us flew here, drove here. How many people flew? Right? So when we got on that plane, not TSA, but the people on the plane, didn't they give us an instruction on how to put a mask on our face? You guys remember that conversation? Now, do you guys hope to use that mask? No, nobody wants to use that mask. But it's nice to know how to use it if something happens, right? So wouldn't it be nice to know that you have something in place when something happens to you?
Yeah, I'm also an insurance agent, but it's been very difficult to convince our people about life insurance. I've been able to talk to people from Kikuyu land. They are very interested, they're aggressive, they will pick it and they will go. People from Kisii, but people from our community, they are very laid back. One thing they will ask you is, no, I don't know about nothing insurance. So it's so hard. But I just wanted to ask you, do you guys have living benefits that are associated with your insurance plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, good question. I was going to say yes. So living benefits is different for different people, right? So the majority of the time technically what living benefits are is if something happens to you, terminal, critical, chronic illness, that benefit's also going to be used while you're alive, right? But there's also, a lot of people, when they say living benefits, what they mean is cash value, right? It's the ability to tap into some cash value. Yes, if you have policies that are designed specifically to maximize that cash value, yes, we have policies to do that. Thing is, just like any other financial vehicle, you're not just putting $7 a month to make that happen for you, right? It has to be funded properly. People want to have two things. They want to have a death benefit, and they also want to have cash value. You got to pick and choose if you want to decide to make a policy that works the best. Because if you have one that is heavy on the death benefit side, unfortunately, it's not going to accumulate fast enough. And then if you want something that's going to accumulate for you, you have to fund it properly. Rule of thumb for you guys who do insurance, and this is just a free tip, whatever someone's age is, add a 0, that's the minimum that they should be putting inside of an IUL. If you want to fund it properly. If you're an insurance agent in here and you don't want your policy replaced, put someone's age at a 0, and that's going to make sure that they have that funding properly. Anything less than that, it's going to be underfunded. If you're 50, $500 minimum. If you're 60, $600. If you're doing it for kids, that's different because they're younger. Because if you want to maximize for college, you have about 10, 20 years to get that done, you can get away with like $100, $200 a month, $300 a month. But if you're trying to plan for retirement, would you guys, how many people put money toward their 401k at work, right? And they give you a percentage to match, right? So if you know how much that percentage is, why would you put less than that percentage in something else that you need to use for retirement? Right? Simple math, simple math.
Hi. That should be the last question.
Hello? Yes, my name is Wilfred Kandia. Okay, I'm not actually here to sell an insurance at all. I just come here to say thank you, Kemboy, for doing what you're doing. It's great. But I have a question for you in support of Kemboy. How many of you guys have vehicle, motor, house insurance? Raise your hand. I don't see any many hands. Do you have vehicle, motor vehicle insurance? Great. That's the government policy, right? Period. Now, how many of you have life insurance? It's almost 20 people out of 200 people. So, I think I called out to one gentleman who said that if it comes to the people from Kalei, you have Kolenji, It's so difficult for them to buy life insurance because they're scared of 6 feet. They're scared of 6 feet. And it comes when it goes to 6 feet or close to going to 6 feet, or it is already announced that it is gone. I'm a Peter. So what happened? Create WhatsApp. And let me just be open. We create WhatsApp, right? Announcement, fundraising, 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 fundraising. And what happened? We can raise 10,000, we can raise 20,000, and sometimes, God by feet, we don't conduct, we need to take our body back where? Not where. So, those are the things that you need to be honest with you, in this generation. You need to understand that Msitanganye, don't lie to yourself. We are passing. Tutakufa siku moja, whether you like it or not. But we need to go to this guy's line, life insurance. It is very important. Paswan, I'm talking to you as well. We need to have a life insurance. So once we have a life insurance, this thing of creating WhatsApp, left and right, and this, it is very important. So I'm encouraging you to have that life insurance so that we don't disturb anyone. You know, you're not disturbing actually, but that's why it's not common in Americans here. If you ask them about fundraising for funeral or something, no, because they already plan and they already have a plot for burial, plan everything. Thank you.
And I'll piggyback off what he said. So my team specifically, we work off of leads. So that means that we actually don't need, like this is, we're educating right here. The average person I sit with, it's funny because you sit with people who are older and they're like, insurance is so expensive. Then the young people, they're like, I don't need it because I'm not going to die. Marion just, our neighbor downstairs, he just graduated. You guys are from Houston. You know University of Houston, U of H? 25 years old. Just literally shook his hand. This past weekend on Saturday, he died. He had a heart attack in the park. 25. And tomorrow's not promised. All we know is today. And the thing is, when we sit down with these people, everybody who wants to get insurance, they're not getting it because they really, really want it. They're putting it in place because they know when something happens, they want to make sure things are protected. So I think that's something to just let people know, is the fact that you just have to prepare for the future. You don't have to necessarily think, I need X amount of dollars. Have something in place just to put something for your family in case you get buried. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So guys, because of time,
all the questions, he's going to be seated outside, but in our midst, we are so blessed with agents who are selling life insurance with benefits. Allow me to have all of the agents, if you are dealing with life insurance, with living benefits, any kind of life insurance, please stand up. Anybody in this conference? DJ Brian, welcome, Kona Ju. You have seen all of them. This is what we need in our community. Talk to them. You will benefit. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, they Bas, kagile igonyo. Kaso. Kagile kay ngalale ko mata kay makadibigap kutit kay ngalale ngale chagile magemite, ero. Kenay mo agin ne kagile isi. Kile biblia asngeni. Asmat Osisio. Dato mata ngalexnien. A smart man leaves wealthy for who? For his children and his grandchildren and his great children. Gulay me tuki wele lagi ni pangani ngeni lai ora tuli tawin ge mandai itu mo anya ge mandai. So financial planning is what they're asking. So talk to these people. In case anything happens, your kids are taken care of. I think that is soft landing. Sindio. Aray gotab ka. Une conference Augusto yam une temperature. Ngwani lanin. Anyo lanin. Aja gini gutor tosi. Anin gotab ka anyo lanin. Pika uparongete ematunwe kap ketrubuane itu le itu. Ngalala niki maje ngalalin yu apiki ngalal wech kulitatin bidata litatin. Arai kai ga shine ga gele one thing niki maje gai ko ge boishe ke su program sigeta one time again on time. Right? So sai angena laga sa kinegit ketar. I think we only have 2 more people and then we finish. Right? So if you can bear with us, I will rush to bring those 2 people, let them talk so that we can be able to get out of here so that you get an opportunity to have dinner and sightsee Houston. Amarata sister. So for now, I want to introduce we've talked about life insurance, but now we need to talk about something close to investment, and that is real estate. Okay? So allow me to introduce one of our own, a member of this community, Madam Elsa Karibu Sana, so that at least you can talk to us about now investment and how to make money and, you know, and how to have homes. Asante.
Thank you very much. Okay, habari ya jioni. Mnafurahia Houston? Haikuangi joto hivi. Ni wiki tu peke yake. Kabisa ninyi wote mmeleta joto from everywhere. Sasa mtatusamea. Mimi naitwa Elsa Kiprotich. Nyumbani ni Eldoret, Chepkoria huko. Watu wa Chepkoria, Kaptagat. Tusalimiane after this. I've been a real estate agent here in Houston, Texas for over 6 years now. I do both residential and commercial. So I'm going to talk briefly about real estate. I know a very good number of you people follow me online, on Facebook and all this social media, so you know where we can connect, but also I'll give you my contact information. People always say you don't want to buy real estate because it is not an investment. That is not true. So I'll tell you briefly the benefits for owning a home. So first of all, when you're owning a home, you escape the circle of rising rents. So the landlord tells us every now and then, your rent, when you renew the following year, it goes up. There's nothing you can say about that. But if you own a home, you have a constant mortgage for the entire time, only if you don't refinance. As you can see on the right side, the median asking rent since 1988. You see how low it was, but it just keeps rising. Average household net worth is the other benefit of home ownership. As you own a home, it grows in appreciation. I have worked with clients within that time frame. I've had people who bought a house with me and they have sold with me. There's some people who have owned a house for only 1 year. When they go to sell it, they have $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I have seen it. But a good number of people are scared to own homes, which should not be the case. We need to open up our thinking. We need to open up our minds, because people in this country, they're very smart and they know how to use this stuff to grow their wealth, not for only themselves, but also for their families and their kids. Right now, real estate is very crazy. I know you guys have heard about it. Interest rate is in the 7s. Home prices are up at the same time. There's a big scare that the market is going to crash. There is no crash coming. What's happening right now is that the government had to set up interest rate to be higher so it can bring back the healthy competition. Just before COVID happened, the market was balanced. But when COVID happened, they lowered the interest rate to low 2s. It used to be between 4 and 5s. So they lowered to 2s so people can be confident to continue purchasing real estate. Housing market in the US is one of the major factors in the economy. So the government cannot let real estate not happen. So what they did is they reduced the interest rate to 2%. So people can get the confidence to continue buying real estate. So when they reduced to 2%, people who used not to qualify now can qualify. People who were in lockdown, they were saving their money, they were not traveling, they were not going anywhere, they saved the money. So imagine you have an interest rate of 2%, you have money, and the government also gave people cash. So there was so much cash going around. Everybody jumped on the market, they buy houses. When that happened, the demand is here, and the supply for houses is here. So it created a very unhealthy competition. So the government now has to do what they have to do. So there was a huge appreciation of houses, up to 18%. Normally a house appreciates about 3%, maximum between 3 to 5% a year. But imagine during COVID, it was up to 18%. So that was very unhealthy. Good news is that everything is going back to the normal. We're just hoping that the interest rate will go lower sooner, because we were expecting it to go lower in the summer, but it has not been where we need it to be yet. So do not be scared buying homes. We always say, you marry a house, you date the interest rate, and you divorce rent. So when you date the interest rate, whenever it comes down, you can always refinance. Oh, kumbe iliwapita? Ama ninaongea haraka? Nirudie tena. You marry the house, you date the interest rate, and you divorce rent. So quit building rent and stashing money for the landlord. Do it for yourself. And you can always start small. You don't have to live in a big mansionette. You can buy a house that's 3-bedroom, 2-bath, sold at 200,000, 250. You start somewhere. That's starting somewhere. It's going to take you very far. Over here talks about home ownership over time. So you see a number right there that says 290.2. In the last 30 years, that's how much houses has appreciated. So in the past, it was very low rates of appreciation, but over 30 years by 290%. So if you are that person who bought the house 30 years ago, right now you'll be plus 290% from the purchase price that you purchased. It does not matter if it's 30 years, it does not matter if you own a house for 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years. Just get something, okay? And then also in line about people saying there's foreclosures coming, the market is crashing. These numbers here is from Keeping Current Matters. It's a very big data company that follows a lot about real estate. So 38.7 people own their homes free and clear. They don't have mortgages, it's paid off. 29.4%, they have more than 50% equity in their homes. These are people who have cash sitting at the banks. They can always go there and say, hey, I want some money. They can always go there and say, I don't have money to pay the next 3-6 months. Take the money out from there, from my equity. And then 31.9% of all the homeowners, they are not more than 50%. So when we look at these numbers, it just tells you how much confident the US market is. So if you're still sitting there on the edge and convincing yourself that you're waiting for the market to crash so you can buy a house, I'm scared you're gonna get old before you buy a house. In summary, I want to talk about making sure that you have a will and trust in place. How many of us here have a will? We have 3 representatives. So you know what happens when if something happens to you, let's say you die and you have a house that's not paid off, that does not transfer to your kids automatically. They have to go through a very long process, and it's very expensive through probate. So if you are sitting here, how many people own homes here in the US? Don't be shy. How many people own homes? So what you all need to do is you need to make sure that you have a will in place and have those properties in trust for under your kid's name or under guardians. Because if something happens, they're going to go through hell for them to be able to get those properties transferred to their... He's shaking his head, right? So please make sure you find out about getting a will and trust in place. Also, get mortgage protection. Kemboy was here, we partnered together. What mortgage protection does is, it pays off your house in case you die. So if you're leaving your kids behind, the house is paid off 100%. Isn't that good investment that you're leaving for them? We live here, our kids here, they are here, they go to colleges here. So why won't we focus on making sure that they have a solid investment? Our kids were born here. We have 2 kids. You can imagine in case anything happens to you, do you expect them to move and go live in Kenya? That's almost impossible, right? It could be possible, but for the majority, it's almost impossible. So let's build this solid asset management and make sure that we do the right thing. Also, the last thing, do not be scared to buy a second home. How many of you think that you need 20% to be able to purchase a house? Put your hand up. Do you need a 20% down payment? Nobody? Okay. If you own your primary home, you do not need a 20% to buy the second house. I know it could be news to a good number of you people. What happens is you can put that house for rent that you have. Before you close on the second house, you just show that you have a lease. Somebody is going to lease that place. The rent payment to that house will cancel the mortgage. That frees you up, and you are able to qualify for the next house. You don't have to put 20% down. Minimum can be 3%, minimum can be 5%. It just depends with your profile. A very good friend of mine is sitting amongst each one of you here right now, and he really motivates me pushes me about acquiring property and just educating people in general about how to go about it. So let's not be scared, let's build our wealth. If you are in business, me and Kemboy, we are working on a thing that we're trying to put together a network for our own people. So if you are any business owner, just reach out to me or Kemboy, because we're trying to build a solid networking event for our people. We've seen other communities, they do great things together, and we are sitting here, we are like, why don't we do one of our own? So if you know anybody who is a business owner, let's do that. Finally, there is a program called NACA. NACA program is by Bank of America. They do give loans to marginalized people, marginalized areas. You have to go through a very vigorous classes for you to understand how the whole program works. But the most important thing about it is that you get very low interest rate through the NACA program. I won't lie to you, the process is almost hell, but I've helped some of my clients go through it together. They do the classes, you qualify, they charge very low interest rate. When I say very low interest rate, very low interest rate. Clients I've helped, they've had an interest rate of 1 point something. That was in the middle of COVID. Right now, I've not had a work with a client so I can know what the interest rate is. But when I say they have very low interest rate, they don't also pay the insurance, the extra insurance. So it definitely saves you money. So try to explore what you can do to save money, what you can do to be able to qualify to buy a house. If you have your scanner, you can scan. That's my contact information there. I also have my website right there, www.theHTRG.com. My company here in Houston is called the H-Town Royal Group. So I hope to connect with each one of you. If you have any questions, just text your name, start with Kotapka, so I know you are here. And then we'll just schedule full conversations. I can sell houses to people in different states. We have different programs how we can do it. So I hope you guys have a wonderful time, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was, sasa tumekoma tajiri sasa. We're going to buy second and third and fourth houses. We are going to be billionaires. Sindio? That's the good thing of coming to a place like here. So before we, I don't know, have you seen Reverend Emily anywhere? Is Reverend Emily in the house? Okay. So if any have a question, please reach out to Elsa. You know, she's very knowledgeable, right? So I know from today, though, we're going to have so many divorcees, right? Because we're going to divorce the rent, right? All of us are going to go to the dating world. I'm not going to go into the dating apps now. We mean in terms of we're going to date mortgage, right? What was that? Okay. And then, when it goes to the marriage side is, we're going to have homes and houses. Ndio. So, DJ Brayo, can we put a song for commercial in the meantime as we get our next guest getting ready? Wametoka nje kidogo. Sawa, sawa. So with that said, just give me a minute, let me make sure that she's here. Okay, I think the person is already on their way. They are coming, okay? So, how many people are mathematicians here? How many people like math? Huh? Okay. So, I guess I had this story. So like somebody, 3 people contributed $10 a piece. How much is that? Huh? 10 times 3 is what? 30, right? And then they decided to go and buy a pizza. The pizza was $25. What's the balance? $5. So if it's 3 people, 1, 2, 3 people, right? Everybody gave $10. If I come back and give you $1, how much money did you give? What is 10 minus 1? 9. So remember, so when they came back, they told the person that went to buy pizza, they were going to give that person a tip of $2, which is here, right? So we had $30 contributed, had a change of $5. They told this person, get a tip of $2, and then they took it $1 back to each other, right? So if you say, if this person contributed 9, you say 9 times 3 is what? Plus the $2 is what? Where's the dollar? What happened to the dollar? Huh? So was it in taxes? What happened to the dollar? I didn't have the money. No. No, I didn't say talk about taxes. I'm talking about math. Amefika. Okay. So with that said, anyway, so that you do the homework, and then tomorrow we're going to find the answer to it, right? So, so that we are on time, I think our next guest is ready. This person came all the way. So you guys are here today and you're complaining that Houston is hot, okay? This person came from a place where if you park your car outside, your car melts, okay? It's too hot there that even being outside for 1 minute, once it makes you want to come back, right? So our next speaker is our own. She's also a member of our board. She's also one of our part of our spiritual team. She's going to talk to us today about health investment, right? So allow me to introduce none other than Reverend Emily, all the way from Phoenix, Arizona. Karibu, Reverend. As she's coming, can we have some music so she can get here, if you're able to get it on? Are you able to get it on in the meantime?
Good evening, Houston. I am so excited to be here this evening. Like our first president said, my name is Reverend Emily Lagat, and I'm from Arizona. If you want to cook eggs without using any electricity, move to Arizona. If you want to take shower without using a towel, move to Arizona. I don't know how many of you here, you like to watch action movies. How many people like to watch action movies? Have you ever watched an action movie until you feel like you are inside the action movie? Has that ever happened to you? You feel like you know the exact move, right? Especially for those of you that watch Sword. I don't know if you have ever watched Sword, but I love Sword. I love all that because the way he goes and rescue everybody so quick. So today I want to share with you about business. I'm a business consultant, and I love it. I've been doing it for some time now, and I enjoy doing it. Hopefully today, whatever I'm going to share is going to put something in your mind, is going to change your life the way my life has been changed. I know so many of you, you know my story, you know where I come from, but I'm not here today for that. I'm going to speak as a business consultant today and not as reverend. Are you guys ready? Inakaa mmechoka kidogo. All right. So like Vincent said, I do business consultation. I help people to open businesses. I also help people to open clinics, outpatient treatment center, TikToks, and all that you can imagine. That includes assisted living, includes DDD for those of us that will work in healthcare. That is what I do. For those of you that you're familiar with Arizona State, you might know exactly what I'm going to talk about, but what I'm going to share it applies to every state. So it doesn't matter which state you're coming from, this one applies to every single state. Number one, if you want to open or if you're interested to do your own business, especially in healthcare, because when you do healthcare, you can never go wrong. Healthcare is not going to go anywhere. That's why most of us, almost 99%, we are nurses and doctors. But today, I want to challenge you. You know, working for somebody feels good. Punching in and punching out feels good. But can you imagine owning a group home? You know, I never knew how it feels until I own one. I never knew how it feels to run a clinic until I own one. It feels good. You know, when you're telling your employees, tomorrow we're going to have a staff meeting. You know, before they used to tell me, tomorrow we're going to have a staff meeting. How many people want to change their life? I know it might sound so hard, it might sound impossible. You don't have to think about impossibility until you cross the bridge. All you need is to be willing. Number one, you need to look for a consultant. You look for somebody that is going to help you with your business. Somebody that is going to walk you through. State to state varies according to their policies and procedure, and some states they are difficult than others. Some they are very easy. For example, Arizona, it is so easy to open a group home. It is so easy to own an outpatient treatment center. Anything that you want to do in Arizona with healthcare, it is so easy. San Diego is the same, is another thing. If you are living in San Diego, you want to do a business in healthcare, very easy. I used to be in Minnesota. Before, it used to be easy, but right now there is some regulation that they have implied, and it's a little bit difficult. So number one, you need to look for somebody that is going to help you or is going to guide you, and that is a business consultant. Number two, you need to come up with the name of your LLC. What do you want to call your LLC? That is going to be number two. Number three, you need to come up with a target. What is your target? You know, you cannot just wake up and say, I want to open a group home. There is so many, many different types of group homes. We have almost like 5 or 6, and if you know some, you can add on the number. Number one, we have assisted living, which is very common, and so many of us, we have worked in assisted living. There is an assisted living home, meaning you can have only the clients that are not above 11 clients. We have TDD, which is very common in every state, where we help the kids that are struggling or disabled kids. We have behavioral. Behavioral, it was never used to be very common, but right now it is so common because of drugs, and especially after pandemic, behavioral facilities are just booming. Also, there is transitional home, there is a sober home. With a sober home, it varies from state to state. And what do I mean by that? For example, in Arizona, if you live in state of Arizona, you can own assisted living, but the state or the insurance doesn't pay you directly. You have to have a clinic. So you have to go back home. If you're interested to do this, you have to do some research. They always say that knowledge is power. So if you want to do any business in healthcare, you have to go back and do your own research and see what suits me. Once you appoint or once you come up with the group or the target of the people that you want to work with, then you move from there going forward. Why? Because the license for each and every group is different. The policies and the procedures are different, the employment and all those other things are different. Let's now go to the next point that I want to share. I know maybe you're looking at me and you say, okay, if I want to do this, where do I get the money? Right? Because you can never own a business if you don't know where to get the money. There are so many ways that you can do. Number one, you can buy a loan if you have good credit. You can loan a friend, or you can do like what I did. You work overtime, cut your budget, save. Start small. You know, sometimes we want to start so big. So you can start small. In the beginning, it's going to be tough because you have to pay house, you have to pay your staff, you have to feed the client. And with the different states, sometimes the insurance might not pay you right away. So you have to budget at least for 3 months before you plan on doing group business in healthcare. Anybody with question so far? Any question? How many people are thinking right now, after this conference, you want to do a business in healthcare? And it sounds hard, right? But you can do it. Trust me. You can do it. If your boss did it, you can do it. Sometimes you just have to get out of the comfort zone. You know, one thing that I always tell me, that nobody can stop Emily unless Emily stops Emily. You need to know how to talk to yourself. It is okay to be scared, but it is good to try. I've tried so many times, I've failed, but I never give up. So I want to encourage somebody today, if you really want to be financially stable, try getting into business, especially in healthcare, because it's not going to go anywhere. I'm trying to go fast here because of time. Is there anybody with any question? Yes, sir.
Hello. Bas, thank you so much, Emily Lakat. Ang kanang lagay ngalala Ingresa missing. Ako mi big Chicago mwangi ako la in katag puruji. So ang kanang mi big mi medical field, who nurses, nurse practitioners, ak big maraj CNS ak big mi field na ba health. Ne advantage ne tindo bi jotak gumejo ko tay group homes. To skarga ne dat na mara ami department age gotami department ba IT ako mi jita ne nas anango jita ne CNA ingoro ne raisi ko to business inat.
Thank you so much. I'm not very familiar with IT. I am specialized with healthcare, so if you take me to the IT, umenipotesha kabisa. But healthcare is the most easiest thing that you can ever do. Number one, because it's something that it will never go out of business. You can never miss the client. Like you can't run out of business. I hope, did I answer your question?
No, gaga chali mi big chai when you work kwa department ya medical field.
Yes.
Na kuna people in other fields. What is the advantage for those who are in the medical field compared to those people who are in other fields to start a business like that?
Yeah, again, I'm going to go back to what I just said. For those that are in healthcare, healthcare is not going to go anywhere. So if you are in healthcare, it means that your business is going to be there for a long time. But there is challenges. For example, you can get to, let's say, problem with the state. Like for example, right now in the state of Arizona, we have a lot of things going on with the state of Arizona in health department because of the insurance and because of what has been happening with the insurance. And most of our clinic were stopped. But that being said, it doesn't mean that we are canceled or we are not going to go back to the business. No, it means that we have to comply with the state, or the state has to do what it needs to do for people to get back to the business. So when you think about healthcare, it is not going to go anywhere, and it is actually cheaper to start business in healthcare than any other business, with my experience. Because I wanted to do trucking business, I've tried several things, but when I looked at the healthcare, the budget, and the things that are required for you to do healthcare is actually cheaper. Oh, now I get your point. So thank you so much. You put it in a very easy way. All right, we are back. All right, with the healthcare business, thank you, sir. So with the healthcare business, it depends. Like for the state of Arizona, anybody can open a healthcare business. You can open a clinic. I am not a nurse, I'm a human resource, and also I am a human services. I am not any nurse. I don't I don't have LPN, RN, NP, all of that. But I own a clinic, I own a group home. So it goes by the state, the requirements. For example, some states will need you to have an NP license to open a clinic, or an NP license to open a group home. So you have to go back home and do a research according to what your state requires you to do. But in state of Arizona right now, you don't need anything. You just need an NP, you need an RN, you need a social worker or somebody who is working in human services.
So if I'm...
All right.
Emily, I have a question. So I'm from Kansas. So does that mean I need to move to Arizona?
No.
So how do I do it?
No, you don't need to move to Arizona to do a healthcare business. You need to go back to Kansas City, or if you want me to help you, I can work with you. I will check what a Kansas City requires. But first of all, before I help you, I need to know what you want to do. For example, are you looking on doing a group home? What type of group home? Once I know the type of group home, I will now know the type of license that you require. Then I will go back to the city, and I will also go back to the state and see what the city needs and what the state requires for you to obtain a group home or license in state of Kansas City. So let me take us back. With healthcare, if you want to do healthcare, there is two things that you need to know. First of all, you cannot obtain a license if the city does not permit you to use that building for that business. So there is some stages. So whatever state you are, if you feel like this is something that I want to get into, let me know. You can contact me, and then I'm going to walk you through, and we can work together and become a business owner.
Okay, Reverend Emily, good evening.
Good evening.
I have a question for you. My name is Selena. And how much money do you require to start a group home in the state of Arizona? And if you're doing adult foster care, do you still require money? And can you do it in a rental home?
Thank you so much for that question. All right, so I will go back to state of Arizona, and then I'll generalize the answer to all of us. So number one, with the state of Arizona, if you want to do foster care is different from all the group homes. Because with the foster care, you can rent a house and go for training for 6 months, and you can use your house to foster kids, or it depends with the age that you want to work with. Adult is the same thing. So you have to go for training for 6 months, and then the state will give you, excuse me, it will give you a license, and then you start having somebody, you can start doing fostering in your house. For other businesses like DDD, assisted living, that one you have to do it outside your home. So to your question about the budget, at least you need 30,000 to 45. These include licensing, rental, and also the staff for at least for 2 months before the insurance started paying you.
Kwa majina naitwa Kipiago Ngeno. Swali ni, for most of us, I know some businesses you can start when you're outside the country. Anang gut metinye kartasisiek kwany anini bo medical go tos imugak ko matinye kartasisiek anam agane anan oi.
All right, that is a very powerful question. All right, najaribu sana kujibu kwa Kiswahili because naona tuko live. So, yes, ukikuwa outside the country, unaweza kufungua business. But, itabidi play some games. All right, I'm standing here as a registered consultant, so lazima I have to be very careful on what I'm saying. But, unaweza tafuta mtu mwenye ako kwa the state ambaye uko interested kufungua hiyo clinic or whatever you want to do and partner na huyo mtu alafu tumie makaratasi ya huyo mtu, so you can be just a silent partner. Does that make sense? You know, anybody can do this business, trust me. You just need to have, you have to just be, just to be willing to do it. Any question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Emily, I want to thank you, first of all, for the presentation that you're doing. And this is something that I think I wish most of the Kenyans were here and most of the community members were present. Opportunities come once in a while, and if we don't actually use it, it comes and goes. Now, the story of Arizona, a lot of people have flooded to Arizona in the last few months.
Correct.
And the state is now cracking in a lot on most of the businesses in Arizona as we speak.
Yes.
And some people are closing, some people are moving out, but we are still encouraging, and like you mentioned, that you're still encouraging people to move to Arizona, or you can still do business away from Arizona.
Yes.
Now, a question came up from there, and she did ask, all of us wants to do business, but really, how much money does one need? A shosho or a lady who is doing business and she wants to, because somebody can wake up tomorrow and say, I'm going to Arizona to start a business. Are you or your company able to start somebody from A to Z until you start earning money? You guide somebody, and what are your fees when it comes to now consulting? When it comes to saying, okay, I will help you, but at what cost are you going to be able to do that? Two, what are you telling people now based on of what's happening in Arizona? Is it the right time to move in? Is it the right time to slow down, to wait for the state to get everything together? Or which other places in the United States is doing very well? Because the first people usually go in end up doing and making a lot of money, but those people who come later, they end up just, you know, a lot of restrictions, a lot of waiting and stuff like that. And then two, I think it would be wise also to share this information either later when everybody is here, maybe on Saturday evening. You can be given a few minutes so that you can encourage our people. There is nothing that is better than doing business. There is nothing. I mean, you could be employed making 100,000, but 100,000 that you are making is way less than what you would make if you had your own business. So, and then think, one of the questions that was asked also, do you need to be a nurse? Do you need to be a doctor to own? But you've already said, no, you don't have to be a nurse. You don't have to. So if that is the case, then most of these people here, should be able to go and open a business. People perish because of lack of knowledge. So I really hope that you'll be able to share light in some of those few things. And then some of us who are in Kenya, in Arizona.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for those questions. Okay, I'll go back to your first question. First of all, I think I did not introduce my company name, and I hope that tomorrow I'll get at least 5 minutes, and we'll put everything up. So my company name is Lagarde Healthcare Agency. I have a website. You can go Google, and you find me there. So what I do, I help people to start from zero to finish. When I say zero to finish, meaning I work with the city for you. Once you get the address, once you get the name of your business, I will register it for you. I will register, I'll get your LLC, because I have to go to the system and make sure that that name is available. So that is what I do. Number two, after registering your business, I will get you the EIN number, the tax ID. I will also secure your name to make sure that nobody else will come and use your name. For me to do that, or for me to just meet with you and walk you through, I charge $250. That is my consultation fee for the first time when we meet and talk about your business and the name and all that, creating your LLC. If you want the licensing, it depends. For example, if it is a group home, it depends what kind of group home. If it is a sober living, that is $5,500. Dollars. If it is a PHRF is a behavioral home. It has a lot of things, a lot of policy and procedure. You need all the paperwork. When I mean the paperwork, I mean I give you the policy and procedure, I give you the employee book, I set up your company. You can just stay home and sleep and go for vacation. When you come back home, your company is all set. So I'll get you the license, I'll come hang your license up, everything that you need by the city, I'll make sure that you have it. So that is for PHRF home. For outpatient treatment center, that is now what is actually booming right now almost everywhere. This one is a lot. So I charge from $12,000 to $15,000. I can tell that the silence, the quietness.
I guess, guys, because of time, like, I know our topic is very interesting, right? And everybody has questions, and we are getting motivated to think about how we're going to make money, right? So, you still have more present? Okay, one more question. Okay, I see. No, I'm done. No, you already answered your question. You already asked a question already, right? No, I'm going to go here. And that will be the last question. We'll try to see. If we have time, we'll squeeze her back in another time, but not now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Houston. The question I have, you've talked about all this. What you didn't touch on is how do we break through to getting that Medicare, Medicaid license when we are owning this home? So you're talking about Arizona, I come from Maryland, and I know the challenge has been how do we break through to get this Medicare, Medicaid license in order to be able to deal with the DDA, we call it DDA clients. Do you also help people? And what's the fee for that? Because that has been the challenge.
Thank you so much for that question. And then I think your question is very important because you cannot do healthcare business without an insurance. So you have to put that one behind your mind. Yes, I do help people. I don't do credentialing directly, but I have connection. I work with the different people, different companies that do credentialing, whereby they will credential you with the type of insurance that you want. That one being said, every state is different. How they process the insurance is different. All right, I want to go back to his question, and I'm going to close, and I can get a minute to speak if there's no more other question. With the state of Arizona right now, yes, we have a lot of, actually they call it crackdown, meaning the state came out and stopped everybody from the bidding. So what does this mean? Our companies did not, our licensed company was not actually cancelled or suspended, but the insurance company was suspended all the clinic's account. It's called access, meaning I am still seeing the client in my clinic, but I cannot bill the insurance until the investigation is done. Does that make sense? So this one happens to every state. It's something that insurance does once in a while, especially if they want to implement new rules. So I hope I answered all the questions. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you.
Kwadaka, Ojange, no Michicho, going out, Mukila studies or Chilian. She has gone from really cool Laura, that's why she was to do a presentation. So bear with her, we're going to have more from Emily and more from everybody else who is still yet to come. So our day has been full of fun, full of information. We will meet here again. 10 a.m. And I want to say, please, when you go out there, don't drink and drive. You are in Montgomery County. You are in Spring, Texas. You are not in Houston. They don't play. You are in Montgomery County. You are in Spring, Texas. You are not in Houston. Houston is a little bit farther from here. So you are in a very unique county. If you drink, get an Uber. If you cannot get an Uber, crawl. If you cannot crawl, call Hekalistas crawl. If Hekalistas cannot pick up, Madam President, like you knew, call VP. Reason I'm saying is, I want us to finish together. I want us to finish strong. I want Kotaka to remain one. I want all of us to get on. I want to say you will get monster, Pastor Chairman stories, you know. We have a lot tomorrow. And above all, we have an AGM here. Our kids will have a STEM robotics class tomorrow at 10 a.m. When you come in, the class that is to my left when you come to the door, there's 6 classrooms. Please have your kids to either check in there. There is 6 classrooms, indoor play area that they will play in there. Any kid that is over the age, maybe 4 to up, they will go to their class, which is robotics and STEM. And then any other kid which is 14 years and up, and anybody who wants to learn about coding, who wants to learn about data analytics, we have volunteers for you. You will go there. We will have GKA, Gotaka, Kalenjin, Americans, who are picking a coffee for somebody and doing an awesome job. The vision of this house is to pass to our next generation, the Gen Zs, the millennials, those one that can come and train and say, I am a Kalenjin here in America doing what is necessary. Not us. But Volunteer Saga, Kid, Yano, ABCD, and Kalenjin, my program has come to an end, but we are blessed to have our guests from out of the country, from our ABCD and my program has come to an end, but we are blessed to have our guests from out of the country. From our motherland, I will welcome none other than our beloved, I don't want to say Honorable Kirwa, but let me say our President Gotaka, our former President, Honorable MP Mosso, Abraham Kirwa. He is a better club for Kenya. Hold on. Since I took off my presidential hat, now I'm a politician. By the power invested in me. Nasema tutapiga ya kilo. Nikisema moja mnapiga. Haya, moja. 2, 3. Punga. 4. Wash.
She's a politician, working on the president. Thank you so much, Janet. We are very, very grateful for this opportunity to be here today. What up, Jamge? Jamge, how are you? How kuyo mobi spigani kidogo, gumoloni kidogo, kuyo mo. Mulikula? How are you? Mko namna gani? Wonderful. Yangu itakuwa machache leo. Allow me first of all to thank you. Kota ka made me who I am. I am so grateful for this organization. Today to be here. We are grateful that we got a chance to come from Kenya. Most of you are friends that we were together at Kotapka in the last several years. I remember when I was the chairman of Kotapka, most of you were still there. Kina Jeruyot, I can see there. Kalum, I can see there. And many of us. I want to thank you for the prayers that you gave us, even when we decided that we are going to go to Kenya to run for office. Many people didn't believe it was going to happen. I remember when I shared with a friend of mine that I am going to run for office, and I called them for a meeting, and I told them, why don't you come to my house? We sit down and we discuss what Kumu says, so finally, I think maybe 200-300 shillings, 500, but I went home because of the vision that I had. So I go to do was away. No, the same friends are lazy. So they came and lady who know I am a baby and I said, King, you can go and they talk in a wagon and they would say, I want to Kogia, put a much more, give more as a quick. I don't get any much more, I want to go more. How many of my over the home you know for sure or to do and I thank you for starting with me. Your Kimogenic absolutely within in vacation, as he went out to Chief Kondo. I want to thank you, who believed in me, who truly prayed for me, who supported me, who made phone calls back home. I truly want to say thank you. So, by what yet Koran Gulin Bogania. Chomega, Chomega Law, Chomega B, Chomega His Excellency, Chomega Ganya Tour. Walking more to get you born over what Taka and go to Law Job, Tour, Gulin Boga, Potojigo Theatre. So, for friends who may not understand Franco, allow me to just say greetings from home. We are very grateful for this opportunity to be here today. It's only God who could have made it possible. And so when we heard about this, last year we were supposed to have been here. But because we were in the middle of a very serious campaign, we could not come. But this time around we said we have to come. Although we had a bill that we had to pass the last 2 days. So after we passed the bill, we had to come here. So we came after we passed the budget bill. So serikali yuko imara, Kenya yuko sawa, His Excellency is doing well, and I want to encourage you to make sure ukuje nyumbani asiwabindi. But before I say much, I want to invite my friends who came here with us so that they can come and sit here with us. Allow me to invite David Ruto, who is also a brother to His Excellency the President. Karibu sana David as he comes up here. But also, Ogiroboki Governor, Nimigo Wati, Imbetu Tabrani, inended co-governor Nebo Bomet. Governor Nebo Bomet, Oroboki Moja, Lili, Tatu, Karibu Governor. Karibu sana, so that they can say hello to us. But before we do that, we also came with our wives. Besides a successful man is what? Successful wife. So I'm going to go to my wife to say hello. I just secretary for a very long time. We used to call her Iron Lady. Get treasurer, oh, you know secretary, get treasurer, you know where you condo. For a very long time, she built this organization. So today, she's here, she will come and say something, or just for issue. But allow me to invite my wife to come and say hello, and then I'll give Carol to say hello. Karibu sana, fresh. I remember when I decided to come, to go home and run for office, I went to my wife and I told her, I'm thinking of going to Kenya to run for office. Eh? She told me, are you sure this is what you really want to do? Are you sure this is what you want to do? I told her, yes, I want to do it. So she told me, if this is what you believe and this is what you want to do, you have my blessings. Let me tell you, she has been a big blessing to me in so many ways. She has supported me. She came to the campaign trail. We were going around together. She was able to convince women to vote. She was able to cook a lot of tea. She was able to host a lot of people in the house. It is not easy to cook for so many people in the village. But my wife was very, very grateful and she was able to help me. So allow me to give her a moment to say hello and then we'll go from there. Karibu sana.
Praise the Lord. Gotauka, Houston. Hey! Like sure. We're going to try this again. Praise the Lord. Gotauka, Houston. Now that is so much better. Thank you so much for organizing this. Madam President, I think she stepped out. Thank you so much for organizing this. I have been a part of Gotauka for the longest time. We used to take road trips with my kids when they were little. We've been to Baltimore, Maryland, tumefanya nyama choma. Over there, I'm still working on my Franco language, kiasi, but it is coming along. But he's correct. I have known Kirwa doing service here for Gotauka for 15 years, for the longest time. So even as we all thank God for the blessings that God has bestowed on us via his seat in Moso, we also have to thank the people of Gotauka, the children, the students, the mothers, the fathers, the gogos, who supported Kirwa and made him the person that he is today. So thank you so much for your encouragement. I have to repeat again, for the cause home, for the people who prayed with him and encouraged him through a very, very tough campaign. And they are working hard. Anafanya kazi, ulimtuma kazi, he's giving diaspora a good name. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What about you? You know, and let people know that she is my wife but not my daughter. And then they will tell me now, you must be the one eating all the food and she's not eating. So I have to explain that she cooks the food and we eat the same food together, but she has a better body than me. So she has been truly a blessing to me in many, many ways. I always say that success of any family is combination of the husband and the wife. But they usually say 90% of your success is because your wife is supportive. And I want to tell you it's very true. Your success will depend on the wife you are going to choose. If your wife is not supportive, kama mke wako is not supportive of what you're doing, don't even try. Because she will discourage you. She is the person who knows all your weaknesses and she knows all your strengths. So I always say, choose and make sure you choose. If you have to be patient, but choose the right wife. She will take you to the clouds. She will make you succeed beyond expectations. And always, you know, for my wife to stay young like she is, I've invested a lot in her. I have invested a lot. So if you think yours may not be to the best, take time and invest in her. So that you'll always look good, so that you'll always be supportive. I know here in the diaspora, we run so many shifts, we work so much, and sometimes we don't have enough time with our families. But I want to encourage you because I know what you go through. We came here to make money. We came here to make money. But don't let money be the only thing that at the end of the day, you will be chasing after money and you'll have lost your family. It's very easy. It's very easy to lose yourself, and then you end up with money, but your family is gone. Try to balance. When I went back home, it was like now relocating again, learning the culture and a few things. But let me tell you, home is the best. Nobody can force me to come back here again. Kenya is the best place. And whatever you do, invest back home, because you will need to sell in Kenya at some point. You will have to sell in Kenya. Most of you will end up coming home. Lakini matokwa ala kutomo ichoke. Ngoso mongo mengine take. Start investing. Hata kama ni kununua shamba tu kidogo, point moja, nunua point mbili, point tatu. Let me tell you, you will thank me later. The properties at home are appreciating at an extremely high rate. Especially shamba, because there's no more land to make. So whatever is available, it will always appreciate. So don't spend all your money in McDonald's. Don't spend all your money at Starbucks. Save. Na kununua hiyo shamba kidogo. You will be glad you did. 3, follow your dreams. Don't ever shut down your dreams. If you believe at one time you want to be a politician, don't let anybody tell you it will not be possible. If you want to be a doctor, follow your dreams. The only person who can actually achieve those dreams is you. When I decided to go back home, many friends laughed at me and they said it's not possible. You are wasting your money, you are wasting your resources. You are stable here, you have a family, you have a business, you are doing well. Why are you going there? I did it because inside me, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I knew this is what I wanted to do and this is where I want to go. So, may I know amu memu works. Do it. You will be happy after all is said and done. Home is home. Akon ko binti jegi, agimiga, bye. Lakini kama mecho moyo, mucho kwa so waga. Don't wake up tomorrow and come home. Come home when you have set yourself. Koko yuko tayari. Hata wacha nyirira kiweke ugi. So Ali didn't come home, but come home when you are ready. As much as we are saying we are going home, let me tell you, Kenya is a good place, but it's a good place when you have money. When you don't have money at home, my friend, America is better. Lakini home is best when you have invested, when you have a little bit of money every day coming, you can live. Weekend kumi nyama choma, you go see your friends, hakuna stress. But when you are a politician, they believe that you are an ATM, my friend. Weekend, I go home, I spend one weekend, 200,000-300,000 in one weekend. I am telling you. So, but you need to have good source of income. You need to have a good amount of money to use. But home is home. So, but we'll get some time. Maybe tomorrow I'll share 1 or 2 things which I really feel that diaspora should know. There are some things that nobody tells you, but I really want to tell you the truth about some things I learned for the 20 years I was here. There were some things I managed to learn. And there are things now I've learned when I'm in Kenya. And I will tell you like it is, because what do I have to lose? I have to tell you the truth. So tomorrow I will share some few things. So I hope most of you will be here tomorrow. But for now, I truly want to give our friends who are here, who came with us, so that they can share 1 or 2 things. But before I give to David, I want to invite Carol. Carol, there are a few people who really contributed to my success. When I relocated back home, David and Carol had already gone back home. So I had a chance to ask them 1 or 2 things. They truly gave me the right advice. Most of you know Carol when she was here. She was a powerhouse. If she died, there are few people who really contributed to my success. when I relocated back home, David and Carol, you might think it's easy to meet Carol here. Nyoganya sirongi nyulu, ilin moji sintije. Aya show my one size, ogere ku yo mini nguni. Chiji kogi ngolin baga, lakini ako humble. So I'm going to go Carol a few minutes to say hello to us. I experienced back home. Akina majugo moiwe. Orabo kia she comes to say hello to us. Karibu sana, Carol. This is your home. This has been your karibu sana.
Asante sana mheshimiwa Ndebamosop. Agatakutula de chamge gotapka. Chamge bigam yisto. Kongoi, amogo watu yon. I have come here today, amu paibo yena tinye agoba kotapka. Kenyi shekchi go sirta, njongen, and what Sumbaye, you know very well. Olegi, we were very passionate about this organization. Peter Rono is here, he's one of our founders. Peter Rono, Kongoi, amuta inyono kotapka sai. Thank you very much, we appreciate you so much. Kuganyo amu abaybai atinye baybai yene missing because it's a more of a social where we get together and get to catch up on our doings. So I know that I moved back to Kenya. Like give me pamoja. Kia give to kia siasa. Ene gogewe. Kogo bek siasa. So give me a siasa na babotapka. Togo nenyoy mitas. Guna ngalali kuntit kumnyeng Nairobi. Amu nenyoy mi. Anano lene. Mo kan ko sa Alex Chamwada. Agero bone. Ngele gi maya ni skolo ni William. Ngele gi maya ni William for election. Guna abaiba agere nyomo gi goya. Jehovah go mengenji. Ongian gunat. When God decides to do something, they will make a way out of it. So, Mheshimiwa Ndebamosop, Kongoi amu yego an example for some of us. Chetegemi masi ngabge watige la ara gagewe imkeran an election imkeran for office in Kenya. It is possible. Ngi rana ne negerwa go winen mosop chepchumja. I want to chepchumja, embrace it and move on. Ile go complain and get leji complain and to know you present guy there. So what is that? We don't win an election. So we are grateful and we are part of you. Even when we are in Kenya, we feel we are part of diaspora because some of us we were here for many years. I was here for 16 years. My husband was here for 21 years. So half of our lives we've been here. So we are part of diaspora. Ngebwage fideni gelegi kange turge java tep chigole jam ne naskari. Ale jaskari java. Ole jam mo first family. Ale jam William go president lagi boya na nyolet go tuja William. Awoyin bawa askari gora moyin kimiga. Diaspora gemiga. Daga Kenya is takatafoti. Again here we are home. So we feel very comfortable to be here, and we will be here, and we will continue to share what we can. One thing I want to say about Abraham, he can give me beto nigirana for Court of God president, and I really fought him so hard. I fight at Nirwana Bisa. Imam to president. Let me say it sincerely. But you see, when he said he wants to run for Mosop, what comes out to for president Kenya because he has a tough skin. You know, you cannot run this, you cannot play those politics in Kenya if you don't have a tough skin. So I knew this guy was tested. So I agreed to support him because I knew where he had come from. Yes, we trained him. That's good, Sumbaye. I think that's the right word to say. So I'm so glad that he has is representing the diaspora group, even in Bunge. Agona agenda yenu ya diaspora kiwa Bunge. So just know that always has the diaspora at heart, and we will continue to support his bills in Bunge to make sure that he passes those bills that touches the diaspora, because that's where we come from and that's where our heart is. Let me tell you an example, one thing he forgot to say, I just mentioned, one thing about him and Fresher. They came to my village. And then, slay queen no. So, slay queen. What's up? So I had to redo the introduction and let it be a village. I don't have a introduction. Yes, so social media so you get them fresh village. You went to village. Come on, let's have your memo. Impossible. Like a keep back to one. Okay, sour too. Like my young so go now our leaders, let's continue to pray for the president as he continues to strive and to make Kenya a better place. I know it is difficult now, the economy is very difficult, but things will get better. We trust what the president is saying and we support it fully. So Kongwe missing Mheshimiwa, now I got microphone. Thank you very much. And don't forget, we have the first lady, she has come back.
Yes. Thank you. What about Chicago? Thank you so much. We are so grateful. She's really making movers and shakers among the people in Kenya who are movers and shakers. Oh, yeah, we also have David. So, be Kemaja like or more lady, you Megasini Gumulin Gunda Askari came out of the game. Mele Nini Kini of you. Go give me the one and on the Toti, you know, Kuriaka and the Muniwi. Like in Guy to you. Gatin Oscari, the Takan Gulina, the name Oscari, the dog to get in Nelly, Oscari, the Tonu, the dog to eat. About the Mutotable. So, on Guy to you. But let know my way, if you would go wrong in no. So what make a job of make it to take a decision. So I went to my would go by linguing, Mammy to get a wish you on the list. So if you want to get a gate to one of me, I would like it to make a lady. Because you want more, I would like it to come my own, I would have a logo, so I'd be Wuja on Willing was a wood. Mammy in the window. So, God has been good, God is faithful, Nakwambia Kenya is good. We are really making a lot of changes. You know, we used to make a lot of noise when we were here. We used to make a lot of noise. But you cannot make noise and make change. But now that I'm in Parliament, I am actually able to execute real changes. I'm able to bring up bills that actually changes our country. I'm able to sit down with stakeholders who are able to actually execute changes. In these years, the few years that God has given us to be in this parliament, I want to assure you, the needs of diaspora and the issues of diaspora will be addressed. Because I believe that I am a member of parliament of Mosop and also a member of parliament of the diaspora. Yes. And the fact that I understand the issues and the needs of diaspora, rest assured that your issues will be actually addressed. So, because I still have guests here who are going to say hello and say a few things, allow me to invite the First Lady. Before I give it to David, we will invite First Lady Akuje. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, because they're not able to see. Oh yeah. Because you know this thing is live, and so they want to be able to be like sound. So allow me to invite First Lady to come and say hello to us. And then now we will give David and His Excellency so that they can say hello to us. So Oroboki, as she comes, karibu sana, karibu.
Omune. Chamge. Omune bigap ka. Bigap kutit. Omi komye. Chamege olimbo ka. Boy tuga. Boy nego. Roboni. Negit korurio bande. Nam nafas ne kararan neuni. Amwalein karabaibaitu. Omiten kotab ka for the first time. Amacha amwale kaik nafas ne kararan. Karanet ke tuguk chechang. Akarabaibaitu mising. Awekseiga kama nimejiongeza kwa kimaarifa na kiakili. So mama chawa nafasi neo amache kitchega mwale in ka olino bunua gola bunu keboishei ak biik mising ko kina mama na vijana. Boishet nekiyoe kokikose kele taki empowering kina mama. We are mentoring girls and even we are not forgetting the boy child. So we need your prayers and we need your support, and may God bless you as you stay here and remember to come back home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana First Lady kwa Bomet. We are grateful for your time, that you took time to come to be part of this ceremony that is going on, part of Kotabka. Tunasema asante. So I want to give a chance to my friend. David is one of those people that is a very humble human being. Very simple, but very, very effective person. Very supportive. They were, like I said, between Carol and David, they stood with me through the whole process. The campaign was not as easy as some of you might think. But I want to tell you, my friend David stood and he became a true friend. We were able to achieve a lot together. He's among, and I can tell you for sure, this gentleman is not a joke. He lived here for a very long time before relocating back home. And it was the risk that he took. But I want to tell you, the role he plays now in Kenya is not a small role. Even for him to sacrifice time to be here because of what he does, I truly, truly want to appreciate it. Because he wanted to be here, there were many other things that he does. But he left it purposely to be at Kotabka so that he can encourage us. He's somebody that I don't even know how to describe. Like he can move things, he can get things done. Yawa urumit kinyoru kirwa gide na waro kitu kini nende ngene mamaji mani de appointment ikunyoru kirwa gide na kende jini ngmati kibunu yosuke ngolo jiji tanu. So this gentleman here is a man who has truly the heart for diaspora, at the same time he has the heart for our country. So allow me to invite David Ruto to say hello to us and share with us what he has. Very good, David. Very good.
Thank you so much. Kotab Kawamone. Amigo mie? Bas kongoi. Ko gotoma tasta madara taktukul ganita pesa na jamge tukul. Ne boyeng amacha mo kongoi mi sing ako akwek. Amoy kongoi mi sing sabon nikiogoje ni bonyo. It was a tough journey. But because of your support, we are in a place in Kenya that I think we are going to transform the country into a country you've never seen. So, when we say, you can look at it, I look at it in 2018. I had big hopes. I thought things were going to be great in Kenya. And then handshake came. So, and then it turns out that at that time, anyone that was closely associated with the then deputy president was almost considered evil. And then the worst thing is if you share the same names. So it was a tough journey, and the worst thing that I did was after dating for a while with Carol, I told her, hey, come to Kenya, it's great. So actually, before I went, I told her, let me go to Kenya. Let me go to Kenya first, get everything ready, and you come. And it will be all good. So she comes and realizes, okay, this is tough. And so we've lived great lives here, or what we thought was great lives, and then we've gone to Kenya. Things are not going well. She was like, okay, so let's go. It's good, we have options, let's go back. And I said, hey, so, but then we got to a point too where I was saying, okay, maybe it was a good, let's just go. But somehow we decided to stick around. We've participated in the campaigns. We asked for your support. You know, we went all over the US and other places. You supported us, but we thank God that we now have a president that's going to transform Kenya. And I'm comfortable when I tell you, Kenya is going to change. We have issues, but those are minor issues. I am someone who has a chance to interact with him. I know he has great plans for Kenya. And we have great people like Abraham in Parliament that I know will drive the country in the right direction. And, you know, when we came here, we were like, okay, at least we can go relax. We don't have to have askaris around. We can drive ourselves. But now I'm being driven by the MP. So I was like, okay, it's a bit, that looks special still. So, but we are happy to be here. I would like to thank the officials for this great organization. I know it's an organization that has been around for a while and has helped us in bringing our community together. So, we get this time, we need to encourage and get to help. Kita nakasama mkutano ya matu goyeng rani. Kita natai, oye picture, kimi gorone, oje kartasis. Stay legal. Amo, gobenya kartasis. You are very limited in what you can do. So whatever you do, you have to make sure that you find ways to stay legal. Amungu no bike sana kotama chaka kwa jomtaka lakini kome mwose aja ngu no gityo gele mege motai kum gile gityo which flights is available we come and we can go both ways. So got konye whatever you are doing got ko mugaksai amamwa yale jingde yono lakini got ko mugaksai imakan sure ile mtu tukuje yae have that as a priority. Make sure that you are able to do that. The second thing that I want to challenge all of you is to be the best at what you do. I like this lady, Emily, so she's not only the best at what she does, she decided to go do healthcare and do the best of, in terms of owning group homes and a clinic. But now she's even consulting in it. And now she's telling you about your consulting fees and some people are shocked. If I tell you about my consulting fees, I think you'll collapse. But you know, when you are the best at what you do, and people see value in what you do, you can ask for top dollar. So that is what I want to challenge you. It doesn't matter what you do. Whether you are a psychologist, whether you are a teacher, be the best at what you do. And the second thing, like, I want to just echo what Mheshimiwa is saying about investing in home. There are so many opportunities now in Kenya. Talk to us. We're in Kenya, we're on the ground. There are ways in which you can invest in Kenya. That's your country. So whatever you do, remember when you invest, you are making a difference in the lives of your people, your relatives, your friends, your neighbors. So make sure that in whatever investments you have, don't forget to invest in Kenya. And I can tell you, there are so many opportunities. Fortunately, there are more and more of us who decided to relocate, and we can help. You know, I know there have been so many stories of you send money home, and then when you go, you realize, you know, whatever you thought you were building doesn't exist. But, you know, those are things we can help. We are so glad now we now have diaspora State Department. And we fought so hard for having some kind of diaspora representation. Even though that department hasn't done much. But that is one area that, and we were discussing this with Mheshimiwa, that we need to find a way in which we can get more use of that department. We need to be able to say, how can we help Kenyans more? How can we facilitate investments for people in the diaspora? How can we make sure that Kenyans are helped more? There are still issues, there are still challenges that people face. But how can we make sure that we are using the structures that we've asked for effectively? And those are things I think we'll continue to discuss on the ground and find ways in which we can make sure that people in the diaspora are well served. But we are so happy to be here, and tukirudi nyumbani tuambie nini watu wa Kenya. Yes, so tutawasalimia, but we love you so much. We are so happy to be here, and thank you so much.
Uramogi David, thank you so much, David. This guy is a blessing. When I tell you it's a blessing, you think it's a joke. This is a man you need to know. You don't know the power the man wields. He calls his brother at his will. And his brother is the president of the country. Big up diaspora. As simple as he is able to do so many things. David, I want to thank you because of what you are contributing to our nation. The investors that he has brought to our country as we speak is a lot. He is really helping in policy, he's helping in a lot of areas. So we really want to thank God because diaspora is contributing a lot. We have the PS of Immigration, Professor Bitok. Professor Bitok was a diaspora. He was here in Oklahoma. He will get a chance to talk to us tomorrow through the Skype as well. He was here. Hiya. We have the PS of Foreign Affairs. That is Abraham Singwe. Singwe was also a diaspora. He was here with us. He is a PS in the government of Kenya. We also have the PS now in charge of diaspora, was in Boston. She was here with us. We have quite a number of us who were actually here and we chose to go back. And the president has chosen to actually recognize what diaspora brings to the table. As we speak now, the #1 foreign income earner for a country is the remittance from the diaspora. It has surpassed coffee, it has surpassed tea, it has surpassed everything else. So the money that you send back home is making a big difference. So diaspora has become a discussion and we are taking it very seriously. So make use of this opportunity. There will be so many opportunities. I sit in a committee in Bunge of housing. We discuss and we are building several houses, but we are going to give diaspora an opportunity to buy these homes. And when that opportunity comes, which is going to be very soon, I want to encourage all of us to buy. Those houses start from $10,000. You have a one-bedroom house with shower, with everything complete. You go to a two-bedroom, it is about $12,000. You go to a three-bedroom, it is about $16,500. And you have a complete house, and you can pay slowly, so that when you come home, you have an opportunity to own that home. So you will go to a place called Bamayango, but I'll give you more details later. I want you guys to take advantage to be part and parcel. You see, a lot of these issues we are talking about, and people are saying, no, we don't need houses. Let me tell you, Kenya is about to change, and it is about to change for the good. And we are in the middle of what's happening in Kenya. And that is why we chose to come, so that we can share with the diaspora the opportunities that are coming, that you need to be part of what's happening, so that you can take advantage. Many people are going to take advantage, but we don't want you to be left behind. We want you to be part of what is about to happen in our country. We want to build wealth, so that you will have something to show when you come back home. So we'll be sharing with you some of the opportunities that are coming up, so that you can take advantage of. We see that we live at pole. And this low-income housing, you don't have to pay cash. You can put $3,000 down, $4,000, and up unalipa pole. Within a short time, it's paid off. You have a house which is yours. So we'll be sharing with you. There are some diaspora bonds which will be coming out very soon. And those diaspora bonds is specifically targeting the diaspora. And we'll be sharing with you some of those opportunities that you can take advantage of. So there are so many good things that are coming up that we want to be able to share with you, to tell you what's coming up, so that you can take advantage of. But without much time, because time is going, I want to invite His Excellency, the Governor of Bomet, so we're going to go along with the morning. We want to go over together as he comes. 1, 2. Karibu sana, Your Excellency. Karibu sana.
Going to sing Mheshimiwa, Madam President, and the board members of Abka, Mheshimiwa Kirwa, my friend David and the family, our sponsors, Marisha Sako. What I am is because of Marisha. So Congo missing Marisha. Kota Abka Tugul, big up call engine, ongigat ke bwana asifiwe. Oshamge missing. Oboy. Okase gutine. Okumangalo la Ingereza, ngalo le call engine. So ngutkumega kutolije ngera interpreter so bit kumwa amon kimache gewe njinga. So gimiga ngandan gibi in America kimitenga. So neta mashoib nafasi ni amwachisho bagongwe nego ya iwe nemye eche tugul amon damaine koto mai muga peisholi agatu yani boge ne bogota abka moy bugi netilil ko lagi bongoni lagi niga sundait ko bachoba so na to get ndai wege ta kungwe neo amunga ko chamwe eche ki ko bunu olimboga Kenya aki ko bunu states to bulte miten in America as ko bit ke tu in Houston so much of what kungwe organizers akmi singine amacha mwachu kungwe bi cheginam ko tu yani boge Ambassador Rono, Professor Rugut, Apigala, Domasine Wanu. Namene Menandi Orabaj. Kogirabaj, Gipsigizi, Kogaveli. So Mama Jolo, Obeli, Robokin. Ani buche ne limbo kumsikis kile den onge virgin u anane okwe. Lakini tugul kuguti nyan kuti tap kolenji. So amaja magongwe. Our leadership in whatever capacity kusikobit ko gait ko ninyo. So amaja mo gongwe bicho mungi ko leadership. Ki gai kusi yugi onome. O gai ko rule negebendi because of this leadership negative day. So kimacha ke mo gongwe. And the boy amaja mo chigara gongwe biki of the diaspora. Machayan wata mheshimiwa akitugul nguligete dai serikali nempia agongwa mune sauti kwa kongwe campaign nekiai ganda moi tuga go kyosa awe gara online kunurobo kiye ute no kongwe misi angot kumi kasarta nege mokindi ge gorata orete no konguni. The new government kogi think kasarta there may a lot of challenges. One, and we have to be honest with ourselves, loan checha go mature nige. Again, big chingi ribeta rabini akyang gubara kocho chane onge go ke kocho chane economics. So ko el rabini kige nyuru ko neta ko ketil de dinami. En kila siling taman jigi umi revenue in Kenya. Ko siling disapu ko bendi ke lebane de dishe. So kaga in mwisho ne option ko magebesen. Lakini yo chege gere lakini urunde ya rabini inuri Kenya ninyon so bit ko testa take seta bemi. So kimakindi ge toretegu kimachege namji the own president agi net korabikyo. Amun American agin ko ge lebani hotel ke lebani ge lebanjon agi tesi taxes bara. Iwe yalgi ge le idnoni ya lenju up taxes. So there is no country name which was surviving and got committed by Suru Negativan. Now, much can Geu, Kinet Korabi, Kyogenga, Kilegis of one, Owasemi America, who must have been pitch. Subtos Bigabe money, Amun, Patore, Emenuan, Amun and Isuru, not an air checking net. Keep the Migito, okay, Greece and Avasi said the Ming when you, Scobi, Comoy, Mileta. Libaneta Baisuru MP etutugin. So go not and gigmoy, I would campaign going to the bottom up. We got when you see today you, I got Chagana fast to meet you. So go be quay tagnes regale, a moon panur be kechan, Chagamu Libanasuru, who not the government of Somale. President Nyon, Emmanuel Baganya, Kumakinge, Toretemu, Engalale. Agi rabi ni chonga ko mama shimi wa chi tu lipaga agora so bi kete genga mau no no kwe no ta ne ki some ani buch big up college abai bai in the experience na ko nyoru ko burenyu aga gasala le tur neta uga gina mengi bagenge ni nyo uga bai bai tu munga la le ne ka neta ko ka chameta ke de boko bua tutik onge ni ge bua emet ne iton ko manyum lo enjoro no go tigita mingene sai ta go lo esigi ko ginyegen genyor wa faram ne une ko genge tugu lu mejo ne muche ge nyoru elegi muche ge tienge yang ginyalu rati amacha mabungwe amun ena fase ko ginyor mental health today in I think 2 months and 1 month ukigapwa chebioso chipa governors Bomet in today an economic block the Guren Lake region economic block uginyo buwan ng alega sensitization chipa cervical cancer. I remember mentioning to them in that meeting that ganan higimitere you for me as silent hila nagago tarbikyo nekiamwachini alenji yoche kengalal amatakesis kengalale ngalekab mental health. Lagok nguni cheketegei en Kenya akot ak biik cheechen ikas lakwet kotindoi nebo class nebo 7 years nekaigetkei. So koimin ile kakokuyo lakwani akot kigetkei kele ne. So we have a problem and we have to speak out. Yoche keng'ololchigei akot kemi en America, kemi en komosta age tugul nebo ng'wony, keng'ololchigei ak keisu bikyok asikobit ketoretogei ak yon kitindoi shida kepchei kora. Imuche komatar lakini mwoe biik kole yan kaipchei ak keng'alal ko nusu nebo answer nemokyinigei. So amache amwochi kongoi professor nekong'ololwech en betutab raini ak oyoni ale takonyoru nafas kora neamache asom akot en radio chechok, television ko onginet bikyok. And missing amache asom professor nekong'ololwech Professor Sam Bore asikobit kotakonyoru nafas akot takonet biik amu kimokyinigei kanetisyonoton. Ng'olyot age nemire yu nekakemwa ko makimoche keutyiengei. America ko gaa ako kibendi kora gaa nebo Kenya. So en kiy age tugul ibwat gaa. Ongetep kou chepyosana nekingewai kasarta age tugul ko kikokitunji chepto lekikuren Kutete. Angen ale oingeyai campaign kele kokikilyon nobo Kutete. Ko kingewach akot nombo Saloito amu mi wakat cheterter komong'u akot tubet akole awen olimbo Kutete amu mi chepto. So inimi en America ongibwat yawen ano kaa maunon en investment age tugul ongeyai ako kakeng'ololwech komie. Angen ale miten wasiwasi sait age nan kiyoku tuguk iywechini kele mara komait kaa komie. Kimoche kora keinvesten en oret nebo ng'omnotet kenai kele ng'o nekakinam keun, ng'o nekanamwech eun. Mi marishek yun chekakong'ololwech, mi consultant akomoche abaibait en consultant neu Emily. Is it Emily? Yes. Kakas tonglono komaya sichomwon en batai nebo tendit kit nekiyoe sonyor akane consultation fee cheu cho anan ne okwek. So kimoche keinvesten kora ketindoi lopkeyetab kabwatutik simokinde tugukyok ele urot ak karon kibet maunon. And that is why kechocheni expensively amun yoche kora sait age kekere chorwa nenyun ko kikasomonchi ng'alekab electronics kole kanam chito radio kole kakomumei batteries kole ko kit nemi yote kityo komong wainik ak konyoichachen kan amun kechocheni berberiet anan ne okwek. So mwalele kiberberi lakini kimoche kora keboisien eunek chekikonai boisiet asikobit kasarta nekotokibete nekibendi saisiek 100 kebe sait agenge in our investment. So please amache asom non sikobit kenam keun ongeinvesten en gaa kichobotin ketiok omi diaspora kenamwo keun keker kele haki neng'wo kora en olimbo gaa ko karibok, haki neng'wo kora en emet neomi ko karibok maunon. Ak kit neo missing ine ko makimoche osob ak wasiwasi. Tanga komwoe David keker kele kakinyoru kartasisiek sikibure kemi komie is anan ne okwek. Momoe siyebiebeni ikuse kong ile tot kolyan kimoche kibur komie maunon. Ang neo any neamoche asom omwoe nafasisiek cheu chu komwoe nire ak ele kitundoi ire. Kanetkei agenge komuche komutun keldo ak certificate nekararan nebo form 4. Kemoche kenai kele kityechono ani en komostanyon ko ki serikali ko ne nekimuche keyai sikobit koik roisi banatak ko yekakong'ololwech en ireu. Mokimoche itepte ko inyegen. Ongenamchi neu lagokyok chemi Kenya sikobit kechang'aitun akoet toretet nekawo gaa. Amun ayani akot chito nemi reu nemakimut kosobe amun en inye. Masobe? Amun mara komi biashara nekeya ilenji ribuan biashara no mi nege teta nege baenga ile ribuan tanya mata ka kine rabini ka Amerika mata aja so ongi mutunje chang sikutore to ke chang ke mitenga na to na ma so amati so kwenyege amaje ke gilge mi singo bi ke ba sa thrift aga ka chakan ne kanda ko ka mai ko ka winyege jorwa na ka nyune ni ko ka nge ti ba wa singi shwang nandi ko ka tore te ke ga e mucha ko ne ba sa uti ko ba ga quest ko ko te ni re ko ai suru lagi dia tu kul ke maje ke gilge imeto ka ko ngalo luane ni ka pesa wale do lingo no mio limbo in Australia wale ko ngala la bari amun logok ci ko nam ci geewu ago mut ke ko bali ba Australia so ki maje ke nam ji ne un logok ci ago bare ani buch ongeri para attanyon ago attanyon the positive ongine logok ci onge su logok ci abai bai foramini onoya logok ci ago churu no mai mane through this forum sarage nyoru batia meze akwa morise it is true it happens through this forum gora ke nyoru jebioso akwa ise it happens amun ngot ko magi tu yege kumena ile mingo an ago sa utikyo ko ge guna genge age go family agenge so ni which akwe ke mo cho wa siasa gora ko maya lengi go mege ni girwa masih dah ukiriwa ngana kamu ko leje jango gitu ako to ko lengwan di man but it is possible ane ko ma ko mana siasa kunon David ko gere wong yu nganisa Mungu karo ko ngaloli le ngale ine ujabyo na ni yuda kine ma jam gitu ngalale ni le ngale ka kine mai tu Mungu bi ke garege suko balance ni wende ke bara ko nyuko miya ke ngwen suko bi ti beri bege chit ko ma si ana ne ko so pata ma mo ale angot ko gi megen bar joge siasa je bakenya ko chit tu ingen kimeta siasa se jot ko bo me mai man anga na ke se bi gala so ko maun tai dindai emugulenda ogiyani de can make kuma to be gora siasa je baga obwan ke tega onge boisi bara ngom na te ne go ge nyu be ni re yu ke tegenga amumi tu ko gi net ke ina te to ne bare ko ngala la chita genge yesterday ko mo chini ale ya mungu mo ko le kiba ta sta bi ju so ko discipline nywa so gi ma jo nyo discipline aginega awo te ko wanda ita oni sekyo up to bujon ko discipline so ke mache ke mo na te ne bare u ke te genda Alex nasikia maneno umeelewa it will be very consultation fee imekuwa shilingi ngapi mtu amepata kazi so onge te gae era bini kenge te ndire yu amma mnate mewo ge nyogweni omoiwe so bwana kirwa tunakupongeza age magunya nase so kuna ndogera na bala kana na mio ndiko mogura na kana ala leo kwa dami na bala mio dono lord ami sabeni the second time ya dan ami second time ini au maximum ima tuket kwata so ajege muna kazi abase ta deko lega ni mio lord so waru na wendi abo te isipi siku ile 2027 ko dami wijan ajo mimi nisimesikia maneno natafuta kibarua so kunibuchine ko ngoi ama ko nimye arawe tap sisi oto kimbome hausteni otapka omogori nyolo ko chaptige onisi no hausteni barai na berga ya baga isi wini gala ko fauden oni tege bole sindio so ko arawe tap sisi okwanga so bit ke malon big choge kim malon de la go chok it will be a good forum konai kora biik kyok opportunities chemi ak keng'ololji lagok kyok mising ko neranik chongen ole chechang ko chekiting'en a lot of pressure in Kenya. Angen ole mi nekit ng'wony tugul lakini Kenya ak mising Africa ko ele chang biik che neranik. So kimoche kora keng'ololjin akot ngot komwa ba America koker kora opportunities chemiten en gaa chebo boisionik chemuche konam. Amun biik kyok chechang ko kabwatutik chwak ko lazima kityo kwo office ele kakisir akonyor sobet en yoton. Lakini mi nafasisiek chechang cheketindoi chemi around nyumbani kokwotinwek kyok kemoche konyokeyat kora kabwatutik asikobit kosobcho biik kyok. Kit neu akina mama ak chitugul. Nibuch otokotin en arawetab 8 ako tun kochang Isakek, Mursik ak Isoik. Maunon ako Mursik original chebo itet anan angen ale wale ma Korea kenyor lakini angabwan Bomet en arawetab 8 ko yemobwan akobo representative komoutien oibu kokotiet konyo gaa konyo Bomet. Maunon nibuch ikotok biikab Kenya, ikotok biikab Bomet o kamwa kole ikat ko tibire so umongen ay ko kele ikat ko tibire ko kakimwaita ano ikat ko mising ara kila na arab kimeto kunoton is kokotiet tugul nebo mwisho nemomiten takemwaita ondage. Nibuch kongoi amakwo kaberuetab Jehova ak yekiweksei gaa en biik alak chemakituye keibe kokotieng'wong ele kakinyorchi kelele kityo kokotok lagokwok chemiten olimbo America. So kimakwok nyindab Jehova weikiwok kemyachen. Asanteni.
Basi amache kirobokyi His Excellency anaongea vizuri. Thank you so much. So because of time, we might have maybe a few minutes. Some of you might have maybe a question or two that you would like to actually ask. So we'll just give you an opportunity to ask maybe one question. I will give so if you do have a question that is burning, we'll give you just 1 minute or so that you can ask a question. The governor or Chamwana has a question.
Chamgei Tuguru. Sasa naelewa kidogo governor. Unajua nilisomea Moi University. Nilikuwa nauza ngokiet. Yeah, so pocket money and then paying fees. So colleges sijui kama wanakula kuku siku hizi. Jogo kubwa hivi nilikuwa nanunulia 20 bob. Naeka kwa ile ya Waluya kwa ile matatu siku hizo ilikuwa ile ya Face Me. Napeleka kwetu Mbale Vihiga nauza at 100 bob. So napata 80 bob. Am I calculating well? 20 shillings those days in 1992, 93. Great. Mine is just a comment. I don't have a question. It's to say, I think I'm a testimony to what Mheshimiwa Abraham has said and Bwana Governor na David. If I'm gonna ongeza chumvi, Abraham will say if it's true or not. I've spent time with Abraham in Dallas. That is some time back. I can't remember the year. He introduced me to a church. Tulienda naye kanisa inaitwa Upendo.
Upendo, yes.
Yes, kwa Pastor Ruto. I'm told he's moved to Colorado. And he took me out for lunch. At some point, we even went shopping with the governor's son, Nandi. And he said a few things he's told me here that have vision. At that time, I was giving my content to KTN and being paid. But he told me you have the networks, you can now own airtime, pay for airtime, and earn commercially from your time. So that's how I moved Daring Abroad to NTV, and it's grown bigger and bigger. Thank you to Abraham. Because he's a very visionary man. And he told me about Gotabga. one event you must cover in your life is Gotapga. I told him I'd almost covered it at some point when Mr. Eric Kebene was president, Minnesota, but I didn't go because of lack of time. And look here, who would have thought that then I would be in Gotapga with Mheshimiwa years later. And he told me he was gonna buy, and internally I was just like, I didn't want to offend him. Because I know it's not easy for people from diaspora. I've had friends who come from diaspora and they fall flat. So internally I was like, huyu hakuna mahali anaenda. But I didn't want to offend him. Congratulations, Mheshimiwa, for proving me wrong. And another thing, I told him, Honorable Ruto, and at that time, if you asked even David Ndi or Ababu Namwamba would have told you, it's the tide and, it's a bit difficult. So I told him about Mheshimiwa Ruto may not make it, but now he's the President of the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, let me wind up by saying, I think done quite a bit in terms of highlighting diaspora. Recently, I was with the Secretary to the Cabinet in Brussels and PS for ICT Tanui. They're really pushing digital economy, and we aired some of the content we did with them. So we also have an MOU with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs. So yes, we are collaborating to just make Kenyans understand diaspora and diaspora to contribute better to policies back home. So it's happening, and you people are playing a great role. I just wanted to commend you on that. I've been in Europe. We just came back with my colleague here, Eric. Clap for Eric. Yeah, yes, and thank you for Morusik yesterday. I tested Morusik in Australia, also big Kalenjin community there. You are united, you are doing a great job, and continue with that unity to endelee kufanya kazi pamoja. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, Jamwanda, I remember that time when I mentioned about, going back to run. He's all, don't waste your money. Don't waste your resources. Then I asked him, what do you think about His Excellency? By then, Deputy President Ruto was the deputy. So I told him, what do you think? What are his chances? He told me, man, the system is against him. I actually don't see any chance of this guy winning. So today, the first thing when I met him, I told him, do you know that William Ruto became the president? He said, man, God is great, That was the first question I had to ask him, because he had to know that for sure His Excellency became the president, and he said, God is great. And I want to tell you for sure, the win of His Excellency was because of God. The odds were against him, everything was against him, and nobody actually would have given him a chance. But because God, kama Mungu amesema, amesema. When God says it's yes, it will be yes. So we want to thank many of you who really prayed. Some of you may not have believed it. Even right now, some of them don't believe that he's the president, and they're still thinking that something might happen. Let me tell you, nothing is happening. William is the president of Kenya, and he will be president for a very long time. So we want to thank you for those who prayed and also trusted him. So we want to just give you 1 or 2 minutes to, if you have a question for the panels here.
I'm still the junior most among all of you. I think I'm 1 year and some 4 months here in the US. When we came, we got in Corpus Christi border of Mexico, but nonetheless, we go to America, or just in the logo yoga amendment, or just logo yoga in Kenya for 13 years. About 13 years, 12 of them go to Parliament. So, Kirwa Gunda Kwame Kenya go Tamono Menula Parliament. Lakini Mr. Magunito Oga submitted my question. Kirwa Oga Goma Committee for Sports and Culture and Parliament. Agoma Meeting Committee about Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. About those are the 2 critical committees here. He should be a member because in those shida that will be again to meet diaspora. Ko challenge in Kirwa next time you reach out the committees. Either you will never sports and I knew about foreign relations and intelligence. I am a professor and ambassador. At the beginning of the session, I made the presentation about Barnabas. I about athletics. I give to Ndobi. I did a pertinent question. Meet them scholarship, full scholarship to Laboga in Kenya. Like in Gobara, the embassy, Kete Kelechi, or Etega, Mamiten, ABCD. What that opportunity will not go, you together. What about the identity question in Parliament? The Minister of Mutua. Amune Sigo Middle such scholarship. Agonga Bala by embassy. Kito Kebe Takobaga. So the question order Agi Boga. Kingo Chairman Kenya. Nebo Committee of Foreign and Defense. Komi committee ne mida report ne iso mane website tako bi baka parliament na hiyo library. Kogi gemagele monga na ko kira kisere report na dagele. Kenyans komi America. Kenyans chechani komi then Texas. Agomi kimia proposal gele maje ke an office. I know we have embassy, Los Angeles and Washington. Kogi ka kisir gele ki recommendation gele maje be bagenge for Texas because of the population of the Kenyan community. Komata excited in go to 2 years, but follow that recommendation. 2 years to go get the population was so many, like we are almost 7,000 plus Kenyans who are residing in Texas. So he took that recommendation. Sada Governor Ak Mutai, Governor Pachok. Apart from sports that are more Barnabas, committee help nurses. Nursing almost between 2018 Agrani, almost 5,000 nurses. About nurses plus their families. I will meet them 2 organizations, but Advanced Health Organization and MedPro. For MedPro Advanced, they saw on their website. They were in Nairobi 2 weeks ago, and they are going to Nairobi in another 1 month. Come in Nairobi. Umwaji lago, he get very medical training colleges. Go back over Nairobi, Syria, Advanced. Asukobwa. Ko missing brother no the president. Aye ogilde. Asla sijang kibirkura ko more let down. Ko wadich ke participate in manifesto no kesile manifesto no UDA. Awo gimita di tegi bo diaspora. Ko giga mo no mi repatriation ite nalega NHIF angale tukul. Overthinking. This is why you get
Thank you. Those are good questions. Those are very good questions and very pertinent questions. So we don't take very lightly. We will respond to them shortly.
My name is Josh Mutai from Kansas City. Wish to congratulate Kirwa, David, Governor Bomet, for what you're doing in Kenya. My question, cannot repeat what I saw or what I experienced back home. Most of us that came from Kenya a few years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, or maybe more, you sat in a tent somewhere when people were praying for you so that you can come to diaspora and succeed. My challenge to all of us as Kotapka, every year or every 5 years, take it as a challenge to do something for your community. If it's healthcare, most of us are in healthcare. There's a lot of healthcare need in the community back home in Kenya. Organize yourselves as a chapter, even as colleagues. Do something, especially in healthcare. Now my question to, not really a question, but a contribution to the politicians back home. The problem is, Congo, when you go home and do something, they start saying, you want to run. And then Kirwa starts to, and Kirwa will not actually be afraid because he's been here. But the other politicians begin to chochea and start saying one or two. My request to the politicians, and now that the president's brother is here, I know when you talk to him in the evening, tell him that diaspora is ready to bring development back home. Partner with us as diaspora so that we can give back to the community. There's a lot of avenues we can use in this country to partner. In the past we've talked about sister cities, we've talked about various things. There's a lot of opportunity. My request to the politicians, and take it, pass it along, that diaspora is ready to partner with you to use the avenues and opportunities here to bring development back home. Thank you.
Bas, congratulations, Mheshimiwa Kirwa. Angana likianyoga, kiagero ligeti campaign, ikibenda kidogo. Congratulations for winning Masao. Kongoi Professor Barchok, kiki tunji my sister for me. Ulimba jebali, ulimba urap pro. We tell you raise. Kongoi Ruta. Apa dia ni kamu deliver ni so ni ngale digital. Jika kita aja kita mereka, kita diaspora mereka sarana. Yang ini tu yang kita rasa, lagi negara Albano, atas. Ko, apa ada macamnya? Sering ada kita ada macam mungkin. Sering ada pasport kita mungkin. Lagi Cemaran ini dalas yo, politik kita kerja tunggu mungkin Malaysia digital. Amu karena mana lagu cusum, dibuat pas di bawah ada, jadi di pas ki cost na bisi cuma. I have to spend a lot of money. Agora, kubi tiki pun membasi, kubi ni ke nampi cipure volunteers. Kubun ke bayuisi ni ni tere ji. Kau itu tahu ni, boleh je aja, boleh je, ane apa ni? Kebanyakan dia mengalas. Kini je saja, mata bunga kita kau isu, apa ini? Siapa yang you know the cost. Kau move from one city, agak another city, agak mungkin lagu. Ang ini dia budget. Nebo ini je, baru lagi apa sih lagi? Kau boleh punya macam. You almost spend like $1,000 to only look for something even that you will not receive instantly. So, kaki sama nisin apa? Kau bantu. Ojo kau boleh show ni. So, bosik, gere kesen bantu bui over dah ni. Ki muci kiru boleh na isi. Aku boleh na. Anak ni apa? Even to aside to organic food migration. Otherwise, you some please, here by me say it's a guy at embassy in Washington DC. So, give me the liberated thing and
ngoto muji Obasan kile mwaleni ngoi resi uikwe police services teta kini Kenyans kigini swaleni kaya mabogiga bambasi nyotore tete kigabishi sosi Kenya mwangu amu gigela sangile chan Kenyans tete services so mimi tego tinge mwana matunda ukwangu mimi baya jawa ngani gini 21 years ago kitunda banda nani go sit nigibo kabisa nigita generation nigita. So, authority guy, magmuli guys spend $1,000 killing one way a passport again. Oh, highway line of the food. Think about it, teach again, wish you are doing you are dealing with millionaires. These people are millionaires. You know. So, authority guys, manage a America, I manage a wagon in the services. Over.
Comunque, a me da sì che c'è una grande ma è carista sono voi in passport. Poi che viene passport, a fine di termine she's 25. Ko jirinyuna ko kamele jirinyuna passport. Ko gule why am I struggling so hard? I will need to come and meet I'm being mama. I think I started asking myself why I'm going on. We need to do these IT technology. There are a lot of IT people here. Only I'm not going to work with people. So it can be done, not wrong. But more importantly, something that touches my heart. This is sports. And I had an opportunity in Washington, D.C., when the president asked for the same question. And it is very passionate to me because there are about 3,400 marathons that are run in the world every year. Of all 3,000 marathons taken away in Dunia, in Kenyans, almost 3,000 of them. Just a few days ago, we celebrated something that people don't really understand. In the 50s, under 4 minutes. Under 4 minutes. Under 4 minutes. I also stayed up. I was in the youth picture meeting. Even the president went there up to Qatar. But they went to Austria. Because these people were under 2 hours. So I stayed up. I met all the history being done. Under 2 hours. He did what nobody has done, and what faith actually did is actually historic. It brings me back, we are very special. We are 0.1% of the world population, yet we control about 90% of long distance. That means we are very special. Now it brings me back to Abraham Kirwa. You were Parliament, my brother. Tim Oip, because there are a lot of problems. I happen to have run for Kenya 15 years, competitively internationally. Keta primary. In fact, kingo mi te secondary. Kungo mi form 2 isya ganda bitonin. So isya mo di bi form 2 ali jawen di Americana. Ip koyan biging ko atare form 4. Ko ga koyan dito ko lingi tengo lewendi weri bitonin. So I started saving for my ticket. Kingo London in New York, for my ticket was 11,000 Kenya shillings. Kaya no Pan American airline, Nigibunu West Africa. Of the 11,000, 9,000 ko gije pondo to check 7. Ko ka ko yan dito ko lingi tembo lewendi wiri bitani. Awali janem awendi. So anyway, anyo Kukakoyan biik kunotok. Kito nekomeche amwa nomeche asom, nokosom ale kinyanyaweke kaa amwochini sigik alechini ameche kimut lagok bitonin kokero biik kuyo konman akere ale mamwochini sigik asungukan sukulishek. And I made sure that in every school nekawe amutu lakwet agenge. So initially kokiameche amut lagok 50. I ended up going 100 to now kawe 200 to ngakochanga until now when I go ngakuni I see some of my students here. Kito nekomeche amwoiwok anan nomeche asom kirwa yewe acham ng'olyo nekamwa murenono kole meche ingian committee nemuchi kowal tukchu ng'ololechu. Ngot kikilgei ko ki bororietab Kalenjin obe yotok akosukuman ng'alechotocho ko possible. Nasome governor nebo Bomet akosome ing Kirwa. The biggest problem nekitinye ko financial statement. Kisomoti koroi mami. So allocate chepkondok kidogo chenyekelen imuchi chokikure Masop Educational Fund ochob nekile Bomet Educational Fund. Singinyo kosom Kipkoech ak Chepkoech komami kainetab Kipkoech kokobo county ako makiexhausten. Kochob Nandi kunotok, kochob Masop kunotok, kochob counties chu komaketinye problem nebo financial statement. Kimuchi kimutu lagok chechang sikeng'ololchi lagochu ko yekibwa gaa kokurech keng'ololse. Kimite radio ke Abraham, kimite radio okot Kelum. We can educate our people like that because education is knowledge. Perisheni biik amu mamite tukchu. Mameche oib kasarta nekoi kirwa meche iwe ibisom ing yundok akiiptis ng'alechutachu. David ng'ololchini chitab orengung. The year 2005, I believed in William Ruto. That's why I ended up inviting me to North Carolina. I remember he made a smoke and people like to politicians. Or letting come to Motuche, Senior Morgan, elect Major Morgan. Finally, he came. He's now the president of Kenya. So we believed in him in 2005. They believe in him up to now. You are not. What you push into diaspora to major bichu, Sekirogi Migi Mujiga. There are a lot of people here, 1 million bichu, Kiko Babichu. In fact, in Gimongo Quemu, Kiabi Timajo America, Mugino it in your part, so you are actually the better one. So, Obaishia, the knowledge, Negatin Siki Softi, Agimongu, Gomandabi, Mamma Toy Kasartanagoy. I'm very proud of Kalenjins. Merci. I
think it so one ojong mortgage so we talk about David one two. Allow me to thank the gentleman of sports and also the issues of establishing a consulate. This issue of establishing a consulate is something that Tulgo to Meongia even when I was still here. We went to very advanced stage and then they decided against it. So there is a program that has been suggested. And I think it is going to take place. We'll be running a pilot program very soon. What they want to do, they want to produce passports like what they are doing here in the US. Where now, we come to Houston, we look for 3 or 4 agents. Kass Tv will qualify actually, like now, here you go to post office, you give your information, fingerprints, you apply for your passport, 2 weeks later, you get your passport on the mail. So, the government was saying, if we go the old way where we are going to establish an office, we are going to just get a building, it will be a lot of extra cost. But supposing we have an agency that runs passports throughout the US. You go to Dallas, you have an agency. You go to Arlington, you have an agency. You come to Houston, you have an agency. So that particular agent is somebody now who has been certified.
that, okay, this guy can work with the government, he can take the fingerprints, he can process the paperwork, and send that paperwork to Nairobi. You will pay the fee, which is, anywhere you would go, you will have to pay the processing fee. You will pay to him. But his responsibility now is to collect your information, send your information by UPS to Nairobi. That information is processed and send it back to his office. So you just walk in to Houston's office and collect your passport. Instead of now coming to Washington, going to LA, going to Atlanta, you just come to Houston, you deal with that particular individual, and your issues is sorted because it's a near route. So this particular person will get the cost of running the office. He will pay whatever expenses, but you will pay the fee for the processing. That way, when you are in Atlanta, your stuff is processed in Atlanta. Wherein when you are in Kansas, we have an agent in Kansas who addresses those issues. When you come to Dallas, there is an agent in Dallas who will address those issues. That way, it will be more efficient and it will be more, the turnaround will be quicker, because I know many people are willing to pay what? A fee. So we hope it will work. It is something that has been discussed, and I think that is something we look into. The other option, we had talked about establishing a consulate office. We brought up that issue, and I think they are still addressing it. It was either Houston or Dallas. And if that particular issue will be discussed and agreed, then they establish. But they have really narrowed down to, if there is a company that actually has brought a suggestion to do this particular testing that we are talking about, but there were some few things they were trying to finalize. The last time we were here with the PS Bito, we discussed the same thing, and that is exactly what he told me. It is something that they are actually pursuing in the ministry, and they want to test it probably this year. They will, before the end of the year or early part of next year, we're going to test that program and see if that program is going to work. And if it does work, it will solve our problem of the passports. Authority, amusement, give passport, you indicate that agent, your city. We used to indicate within a few minutes, to process you pay the processing fee. You can go down and answer to the same thing, so that it will reduce the turnaround. Two, the issue about sports, and I think that is a very genuine question that everybody is asking. And they allow full scholarship, but when he goes to the embassy, they say no. We have to be able, and I'm going to raise this question actually in Parliament, that I can assure you. I am going to write it, because in Bunge, you have a right to ask that question, and the ministry will have to address that particular issue with the embassy. So I'm going to bring that issue up, and that question up, and they will be compelled, the CS will be compelled to come to Bunge to answer it, and before he answers it, he will have to go to the US Embassy to address that particular issue. So I will actually follow it through, and I will let you know how it goes, because we want to address the issue of our students as to why you have a full scholarship but you are still denied a visa. It makes no sense at all. So those are things that we are going to address. I'm in a position to do so. And I want to also challenge you and encourage you. Kama uko na maswali, it is affecting the diaspora and is something that can help us, send it to me. I will leave you my number and my email. I'll give you my business card. Tuma, I will bring these issues up. The reason I'm in Parliament is to be able to represent your issues. So if you have an issue, uniambie, nitahakikisha kwamba nimeuliza hiyo maswali, and that issue will be addressed. Oishi my office. As long as I'm still there, take advantage of that opportunity. Amu, how often do we have really an MP of diaspora who is representing the issues of diaspora? The fact that I'm there, I'm willing to represent your issues, will write it to me, address it to my office, and we'll make sure that those issues are addressed. And many, many other issues of diaspora, because we're here to make sure that your issues are addressed. So allow me to give Governor to, maybe he might have one or two things to add, and also David, one or two issues to add, so that we can allow people to go have dinner.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Kirwa. We are happy in the MB about diaspora. So some of these issues go because of our relationship with the government, because you are part of us. And the president is committed for getting regulatory picture to meet in diaspora. That one I'm very sure. And most of the things that were raised, I think, were actually comments, but I want to follow what Mr. Rono said, particularly ilagokyo kimache kwa America and kubeni multimedia galad. The main limitation that I'm going to statement, and by this idea that we can have some funds, and for example, we have a Bomet educational fund, because what they need, more than spending even this money, is only for process statement, process, and then whatever the fees are, that one we can do. So we will also be supporting to have infrastructure in place. The 5th of next month, here at the High Altitude Training Center in Bomet, place called Tega. Seeing a little more Karnaba, the last Mokabala Wokyo Gampi, Kotoreta. So, Tarigin Mood, and I have this up. We are the deputy president that training facility. Sigobit Kotoreta Wokyo, Amogratio or Ibe. Amun Kimuji Gonor, Agorun, gave it throwing the scholarship that would be fair. Amunga get Telaquet, never turn away from the so when we also recommend the community Warapi, Chikai Chuango, Niamege, Amnigumachi. Sigobit, Kunyoga excellent name, Abubone Waragan, name tomorrow, Umuchu Tina Fas, Lavugala. And which way personally in commerce and Kavanase, Kimachagi, I get 2 wool, Kegel opportunities. Being a lega nursing, again, young another good day staff, excess, Chigo training, and leg up nursing, and a leg up getting taken at a lip, but teaching opportunities to go more or changi for nursing in the not a gang, Malala, Median, or get a lot of interest, or get the talk, marking edge, in the gig on net, getting nature. So, those are some of the opportunities in which you come or allow. And I think having these forums for INGA, will be an opportunity for you and for me and all of us who have information to share that information with our youth. Amuniomet in the information, come make the may not tell you, I'm making the not talk event. Like in your me, Ipusheni. Agi kwere kurget aga tugul ligeni kutu nyuru torete abayata mulango inonete so onge chei information komi ngoliona aga tugul poitech imucho kumote nda yaga information site aga amun anango maitie nafas nege muche ge nyuru ne information no not ndai no meet in America so onge chei iga umwa kepchei te igochi logo kyoge again in our side as we talk about and which way please kinamogeun anamecheun so bit ko sabta ko sabcha logo kyo agoy Kenya nenyon Kenya negai asan.
Thank you, Governor. So I just need to make a few comments also, just to add to what Mheshimiwa Kirwa said regarding the issue of passports, because that's one of the topics I've been very keen on, just knowing some of the issues that we've dealt with in the past. And yes, I think the idea is, what most of the conversation that the government has been having is, what is the best way to do some of these things? And if other countries have done it, how have they been doing? And particularly for the passports, many countries actually have that agency model. For example, in India, most of their people, their agencies all over the country, even in this country, they're all over this country, So you just go to a local agency and you get your passport. So, and these are companies that have specialized in just doing passport processing. So the idea is to follow that agency model where you just hire these companies and do that for you. So, and I think Ambassador will explain that more. If that is effective, that will actually address a lot of these issues that we have, so that you just go to a local agent. And then in general also, as you've heard, the government has been pushing so hard on this idea of digitizing government services. So as we move more towards the digital space, I think you're going to see more efficiency in general. Now, there's also a cultural element of our country, unfortunately, which it's going to take a lot longer to get people to do things the right way, but at least digitizing the economy will move people in the right direction. And then also just some comments on what our friend here had mentioned. And it's really about this idea of trying to make a difference in the community. That's something we are going to support very much. Carol and I will actually be doing whatever we can. If you have some projects in your ward, your constituency, and you need some support, that is something we want to really be involved in, because we want to see that we make a difference in our community. That's something that is very, we're passionate about. And I encourage you guys, you don't have to do something massive. As long as you're doing something to make a difference, you change the lives of a few people, that's going to make a difference overall, because if each and every one of you is able to do that, then the aggregate change will be big. And then also the issue of the hustlers. I don't think the president has forgotten the hustlers. Kwana nongenole serikali ingebe kirozo agiro kya utili ibigje bulotini. So bunoi igaje ke baro gesime kendengalia baro. So I think they needed to address major crisis, but over time, and all the programs are really geared towards helping hustlers. Even these housing projects, it's going to create employment to a lot of hustlers. You understand, the Hustler Fund that is geared towards empowering hustlers. So I don't think the president has forgotten the hustlers. So thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to say thank you. Because of your time, ongenole giemoni sai shekubo mana lakini wojo kwa muda asobi ni ngolonse tukul. So gile jogo ngwi agi meje ga shwana gile jogo soso serikali muzi wazi tuko sawa, tuko kangari, kila kitu iko sawa nyumbani. Otestai kichopo ishuni nguli oyo kujikundo ulindi aegasi. Oyo kutuko kwa mole ni mato de dola ni kinyumogi ni dola ni kulimboga. So tuma yo pesa nyumbani so bit kaya gasi lakini ni sile tukul gile jogo ngwe mi sing agira le mi pasta que me toyo la besa na kama jogo mangolio agira le ya ngonya agene so bit
ngogeti singinyo pasta you pray for us to end it. So because of
yes, tomorrow, kita kena maybe 2-3 minutes tomorrow. Kita sekian mawan tu, komedi kita boleh moving ane kita, macam mau jika bisa periak, mutaya, mau jika bisa dicok, kami lihat diaspora. So kita kena kita 2-3 minutes, but we want to say thank you. Mungu awabariki, segitu ya mutaya, awakan loho bawa ini. Asante di sana, Mungu awabariki.
Let me make an announcement, and then you will ask or make the comment you're trying to make, and then they will release the community after that. Okay? Ask. That's question. That's
Kagongalal big Masweki Gorona, which is Dorothy, Ugibiga, College, Ugiga Kenya. About them, Mogithin, my side, the music. It made the Kecha. I would think College, Chachang in the Kubulu Bomet. And I got many to that creature for quite a long time to secure Bomet to live within Kapsam. So Governor, you will have a budget. Much renewing clinic, Comajo Assembly, meet in Department of PPMC, Presidential Music Commission. Make your lane of Henry, Comatogino Road, Chinian, Henry to London. I would Tundami, who being one, Doggy Mujigate, called Ben. Kaya suka bit kamu ibuane pik yo, jenwa gitu. Lagi tienda, amu gomai kini dit gobe. Kira baki wirta ke wai na, em bome. Utin tienda nega lu utin ko letak utin naga bagai na kote. Ya kawat periye dia bangare dah beli apa nya tiji. Amu germa gitu kukuru. Amateur Assembly, and leaders to job. Ogirgam Comastan about Tienwaga, as you authorities. Now, the Goswami, only here, Comastan about Tienwag, I'm doing works in counties, Kiri Chivarabi, Hakin and Yuan, the Vagaber, and about Tienwag, meeting Nalega in French, missing in Nalega Tienwag, Simasiri Tieni, we check you on a message. I would Tiala, Sugamo. Amui, go keba up to international level, and I music million in the generation. I will be like he was so cheap and I'm more to them was what Kotor peak value. I will go up. Konami Australia, go over me, Chemachicho. I will do go in the condo, Global, among one of the Jota Gure, DJs, I like it. I will know hey, I go back, Silingi, look in it, oh, we got in our people. As of authority, come at your
So, Konya, Chan Anyangalek, one of the things when I started the program earlier today, I made a comment. I said we start on time, we end on time. I don't. We ended at 6. We are supposed to have had dinner by 7 o'clock and be able to be up by that time. Looking at your watch, we are currently at 8:30 at night. So anybody that wanted to sightsee Houston, that hasn't happened. But first of all, I just want to apologize ahead of time. The reason why we allow this program to continue is we were trying to stall the program because the Port in Kontakana related Chakula was supposed to be here by 7 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Almost 9 o'clock, and they, when we call them, they say we need to bring the food at 9 o'clock there, which is not what we told them. So this place shuts down at 9 o'clock. So what that means is our dinner is going to be transferred to a different address. So from here, we're going to go to the place where we had the Karibu night yesterday for dinner. So if you don't have the address, I can give you the address here. So from here, this place closes by 9 o'clock. So that means all of us. If you have some trash over there, please you have to do that trash to try to clean it up a little so that when you come tomorrow. So the address is the 150 Bridge Road. That is in Spring, Texas. So it's 150. So that means all of us. If you have some trash over there, please you have to do that trash to try to clean it up a little so that when you come tomorrow. So the address is the 150 Bridge Road. That is in Spring, Texas. So it's 150 and then P-R-U-I-T-T Road. 150 P-R-U-I-T-T Road.
I'm on a type the sparring. That is the name we do the sparring. Okay. So that is where we're going to have dinner tonight. So make sure that you have, when we go there, make sure you have your bracelet and your name tag and the meal card for you to be able to serve the meal over there. I want to apologize for the inconvenience this has caused, because I want to be a man of my word. But this time, because we outsourced dinner, those people let us down today, but I promise you they will do the same thing for us tomorrow. So as we end, I would invite Pastor Joel later to close with a word of prayer so that we will talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Jehovah Kwandanyon, Kumwabongo Mesin, Amwena Latuni, Kumwabongo Tuye, Tunabakastai, Kumwabongo Malali, Kumwabongo Kyo, Timothayu, Kisamilana, Mabandesi, Asi Doichi, the Voice, Kisangini Bara, Kondoide Kenya, President, Utro, Military, a team that would keep him in and take him in. The people feel away on the Wukio, I will give it to Kerry. The root to your negative time in Kerry, I will allow to engage him to give his key money, it or from California. Only in the game, you know, when you get to Mandai, came at
Thank you.
The future is hands-on, and Sensei College is at the front line of technical institutes in Kenya, offering practical and skill-based courses accredited by all concerned bodies, TVETA, NTSA and NITA. Sensei College offers driving and plant operator, cosmetology, fashion and design, mechanics, hydroponics and irrigation, installation, building construction, hospitality, photography and video production, electrical and electronics repairs, and ICT courses. Get free plant operator training when you enroll for plant mechanics, free driving when you enroll for motor vehicle mechanics, and free riding when you enroll for motorcycle mechanics. The requirement is an ID only, with intakes every first week of the month. We have 2 campuses in Nakuru and Nairobi. We provide meals and accommodation. Sensei College. My skills, my future.